Hello, hello, hello. You love me so much, I love you. You were first, Cupcaker. Cupcakington. The Cupcake Ninja. No sleep, yeah. Also, I realized, I'm fairly certain, I don't know if you guys do YouTube or not, but on your community posts, when I post something with like a link, it gets like substantially less like viewership than stuff that's just like a picture. And I don't know, it kind of frustrates me. It's like, come on, man. I want people to see something. Now, granted, it also might just be something out of people's like wheelhouse and they're like glazing past it. I've been to Lehigh Valley. It sounds familiar. I think they have like a big hospital out that way. Love your podcast. Thank you, Fizz. You're gonna love the lives. You're gonna love the live streams too. Don't worry, you'll love them. You'll get used to them. God damn it, man! Please read. Well, that was weird. Wait, what happened? What's the well? That was weird. Shout out, Mary Jane. What's up? How you guys doing? How's your weekend? How was your Mother's Day? Did you spend it with Mommy Dearest? Sigma. Sigmoid. That was yesterday. Very bad. Son hates me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, are you in the UK? Or like much further into the future? Or wait, are you in... Oh, you're in Australia, right, Simone? So that was... I'm sorry about your son hating you part. That does make it tough. Can I say hi? Hello, Ashley. How are you? I'm good, honestly. Today was a great day. Was from beginning to end jam-packed, full of excitement. You know what, though? That being said, I should link the no sleep podcast link. I feel like that would make some sense, right? I'm featured in story 3 of this episode. Anyways, yeah, I'm in an episode, or I'm in a story of the No Sleep podcast, season 22, episode 22. All you numerologists can figure that out. Story 3. And I'm going to be in a lot more episodes as well going forward, so that'll be freaking poggers. I'm also not streaming on Twitch right now, so hopefully the connection to the live stream will be like way better, seeing them as I'm not simulcasting. Am I going to read new stuff? Yeah, we got, tonight's going to be stuff about new towns. New town. You just moved to a new town. It's always tough finding a title for this stuff. I'm your favorite. Thank you. Playing Dredge while listening, positively chilling, and enjoying eerie vibes. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, what's your thoughts on Dredge? I played a decent amount of it, and I found trying to get from place to place to be a bit difficult, because like you would run out of time really fast, and I kind of felt like they should have gave you a little bit more time during the days so you could do some more exploring, you know. You saw Sinners again today. Nice. How was Sinners? I keep hearing about it. I need to check it out. Who was the director for that? Listening while I pack to go home from college. Nice, dude. Congratulations on making it through a year. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you have a freaking kick-ass summer. You got a D in your speech class. Damn. You must have had a speech impediment. I'm just kidding. That stinks, though. Was it just like not being prepared for... Maybe you spoke Spanish and that's like not what they were going for? What series is this? No Sleep is like a podcast where they read like creepypastas and, you know, like horror fiction, essentially, and they've been doing it for years. It's very popular. I kind of wish they would make YouTube videos, because I think they would kill on YouTube. Want to watch Sinners? Yeah, it looks sick. Manifest that I can get into UT Dallas, trying to get my second bachelor's. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm not much of a manifestation guy, but as long as you try your best and put yourself in the best position, I think you've done all you can, you know? You unfortunately have to make a decision to fish or dredge or explore, which is hard because getting stuff is important. I too found it difficult with not enough time. Yeah. But maybe that's kind of the thing, is that if they let you explore too much, you'd finish the game way too fast. Love your show, man. My whole family does. I listen to it at work, on a lobster boat, and in the Maine woods. Keep up the good work. Big love from Maine. Thank you. That's awesome. I hear lobstering is good money. Opinion on the word throat goat. Well, throat goat just so happens to be the brand of throat spray that I use. And also tea. My favorite type of tea is throat goat tea. Am I religious? Yeah, I guess so. I do, you know, I grew up going to church and stuff, and I still pray on my own time. So I guess I do, in a weird way, have the concept of manifestation, but I guess it's like more directly to some higher, like maybe a personified higher power. So I guess, yeah, I can pray for you that you get into UT Dallas. Lord, let him in, all right? Let him in! I am the throat goat. Jess, thank you for the 2. Is it weird that I see like a big brother? No, it's fine. You know what I mean? I understand, like, listening to... I get that way too with streamers that I watch. Like, I watch them all the time, and they end up... I'll be honest with you, like, I watch streamers and content creators, and they, like, end up in my dreams. Like, they'll just, like, casually be in, like, a dream. I'll be chilling in their room, behind them in their closet, watching them. Hey Joe, I haven't caught a live stream in so long. Happy to listen. Want to edit some photos. Nice. Well, welcome. Yeah, we got 2 big stories today about being in a new town. Would I ever narrate a book? I would, I guess, if it seemed interesting and the price was right, kind of thing. The price is right, you know. But I do have a lot of cool projects like this No Sleep project. Being a part of that going forward is going to be really cool, you know, and take up some time. I'm really excited about that, and got some other stuff I'll be able to share with you guys in a while. So, yeah, good things ahead, honestly. Wart. The dream song off of Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Which one? Is it this song? We eventually do more PI stories. I do believe, yeah, you had mentioned that, so I got people digging, looking, trawling through the archives to see what we can find. Are you attractive IRL in your opinion? Yeah, you know, I feel relatively confident, you know, to say that personality included, I would say I'm a solid 7, you know what I mean? Like, I catch eyes from time to time, but I guess I just don't really dwell on it too much, because you kind of just, you get the cards that you are dealt and make your best effort. A 7,000. How do you submit a story? You can send it to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. So it's your real voice. It is. I sound like a fucking AI. You were great on No Sleep. I hope you get to do more of them. Was it a good experience for you? It was. Like, I got to do a little bit of voice acting, which was fun. And honestly, the story that I got to do on this episode was like really good. I genuinely thought it was a really good story. It caught me off guard. So that honestly, when it comes to horror stories, it's tough to like catch me off guard and actually make me go like, oh shit. So that was honestly big kudos to the author on that. If you don't mind, what do you use for a mic? The one you're hearing me through right now is a Neumann TLM 103, but the one you hear in the recording is an H4n Pro they're just stacked on each other. Hey Shame, how are you? You'd hit it, you'd punch me. for years, I thought when people said I'd hit, I thought they just like meant that they dreamed of domestically abusing me, and I was like, that's not nice. Is it bad that I feel the need to cut plans short to make sure I catch your lives? No, this is important. This is like making it to church on time. If you're late, you get shot with a squirt gun, a super soaker. Any advice for a 17-year-old? Go to the gym, try to find yourself a good lifting program, try to get into... Hey, there's Jade. Jade, where have you been, dude? Yeah, 17 years old, get into lifting. This is from now till you're like 25 is like the best time to lift, because your body is just going to be like maximally capable of like making muscle. Figure out your nutrition, all that stuff, protein, etc., etc. Get into like some cardio. You know, it doesn't have to be too crazy. It could even just be walking, which you can eventually walk with a weighted vest if you become one of those people. You can bike. You can get into jogging, but that's, you know, sometimes a pain in the ass. Any other narration channels you recommend? Yeah, absolutely. There's a ton of good ones. Dark Somnium, Lighthouse Horror is really, really cool one. A newer one that's really good. Obviously, all the classics as well. I'm sure you're familiar with them. There's a lot of great narration channels out there. I remember listening to a vid and was used to true stories, then the story turned into a crazy-ass creepypasta about a town getting infected, and was like, huh. Sorry, it's probably real. Oh, you started college, Jade. No worries. How's that going? Isn't college just over? Or I guess maybe it's been that long. That's cool. What are you going to school for, Jade? Joel, I'm actually starting weightlifting with my friend Amara. Let's go, Jonah. And understand, like, it's, you know, the gains don't always come immediately, right? But if you stick with it and make a lifestyle out of it, you will see big changes in your, you know, in yourself. And I think lifting weights is one of the best ways to just challenge yourself, like physically and mentally, and just feel, you know, you always end up usually at least feeling better leaving there than you did coming in. So even whenever the day is not you're not feeling the greatest, the fact that I always say a day under the bar is better than not, you know what I mean? I looked at a weight and turned into a Hulk. Not for you. I looked into a weight and turned into a Hulk. Crazy. Why would that not be for you? That's the goal. Become a hulking mass monster. An absolute freak beast. You must walk into every Walmart and make people slightly scared or intimidated of you. That is life. A day at the bar, yeah. I'm studying writing and literature stuff right now. Still kind of working it out. That's cool. Yeah, I've been listening to some like Stephen King interviews and stuff, and you should listen to that if you get a chance on YouTube. His advice on writing is cool. Because at the end of the day, if you want to get good at writing, you just read a lot, and then you pick up their, you know, whoever you're reading, you kind of pick up their styles and all that stuff. Does any lifting count? I mean, hey, if you do it enough times, your body will eventually adapt and get stronger. What do you think of Stephen King's Dreamcatcher book? I mean, I haven't read it, but I saw the movie and it was like one of my favorite movies when I was younger. I thought it was just like really, really like unique and interesting. This mixture of like aliens and psychics and Cormac McCarthy. I don't think so. I feel like I would recognize the name of the story, but once again, I'm not like a huge reader. I just, other than what I do for the channel and projects and stuff. Blood Meridian, yeah, I heard that was good. Heard that's one of the greats. Any good horror TV series to watch? I don't really know, but you know, as far as like short stories goes, like Love, Death, and Robots is like one of... Alright, see you, Jade. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. But yeah, Love, Death, and Robots is one of my favorites just for like quick anthologies, and that's kind of why I love sci-fi, because you can like mix horrifying elements into like really intelligent writing. It doesn't just need to be like a spooky monster, you know. It can be philosophy and ideas and all sorts of cool stuff, which is some of my preferred. Cormac the other day wrote The Robe. Yeah, yep. That's awesome. Big fan of Sharp Objects. Black Mirror's good too. Yeah, I need to watch more of that. American Horror Story, nice. Yeah, I think I've only really watched the first season of American Horror Story, and then I watched the last episode of Coven. Coven, man. No, I know it's Coven, but it was good. Their interpretations of hell in that was quite good. Well, guys, thanks for being here. Click like, click share, all that good stuff. I guess we yapped long enough. We got to get to it. Woohoo! Oh yeah, it's a little bit of an earlier, or I guess maybe not an early stream. Hey, Rick Campbell with the 20 said, I look forward to every one of these. I wish I had a question or critical comment to spur debate, but all I can think of is keep up the great work. No worries, yeah. Rick, you're kind of a political guy. You don't have to donate to say this. You can just type it in chat if you want to. But first, thank you for the 20. Very kind. But yeah, what are your thoughts of the whole, like, pulling out of AIPAC or disassociating AIPAC from the current administration? I thought that was, I don't know what to expect from that, honestly. Live stream where I just breathe. Detroiters. That's a good horror show. Is the stories already recorded or is it live? Yeah, you're going to get to listen. Anybody who's new, you're going to get to listen to me record the stories in real time. There's going to be a lot of stops, starts, ADHD bullshit all over the place, but just think of this as a just chatting stream primarily, or maybe even like a let's play. But the gaming part is me reading. David, thank you for the 1. Yeah, pull out your flute. Do I have my own new town horror story? No, honestly, I feel like when I moved one time, I guess I moved a few times in my life or whatever, but like one time officially to grow up into a different town, and it took me a while to make friends and find my social rhythm. It's tough. The Midnight Walk. Yeah, what's that about? I was looking into that one you guys mentioned that Corpse Husband had like a voiceover in. I forget what it was called, like something trauma. It looked interesting. I am pretty excited for the new Doom. Yeah, post-trauma. Thank you, Tyra. All right, let's get to it. I gotta put on my orange screen, or my eyes will boil alive. How many stories? How many words? Let's see. I think we got 2 stories, and usually, like, I kind of set a limit on anywhere between like 8,000 and 9,000. I'm concerned about pulling out of AIPAC. I'm a little bit concerned about it in the sense that, from a conspiratorial perspective, I'm like, isn't that what JFK kind of tried to do? And we all know what happened with him. I scared you awake last time. What happened? Did I give you a jump scare? Does orange light help you read better? Yeah, it's just not, like, when it's on I can see better, and my eyes are not as, like, strained on a bright screen. Read the long one first. I think they're, well, we can check, but I think they're approximately similar lengths, I think. But we'll just get to it here. My name is Kathy. I'm from New England, and I have a story from my childhood which you and your viewers might be interested in. Back when I was just 12 years old, so almost 50 years ago now, my God, my family and I moved from Providence, Rhode Island to a little town called East Corinth up in Maine. My dad had been running his construction company since before I was born, and then after it took off, he started to make some real cash and he bought us a beautiful 3-story home on Main Street. He said he did it so me and my little brother could be raised someplace with small-town values, quote-unquote. But to us, it was like stepping into another world. We went from big city Providence to a one-stoplight town where the biggest attraction was the Corinth Historical Society. And needless to say, my brother and I were not happy at first, and Mom wasn't too pleased about it either. But after just the first few days in Corinth, we started to take a real shine to the place, so to speak. The food at the local diner was fantastic, there were basketball courts near our house, and the peace and quiet you got at night out there was amazing. Everyone in town was really welcoming, too. The local pastor came over one day. The local pastor came over the day we moved in. Our new neighbors left gift baskets, and when the weekend came, 2 girls from the house across the street knocked on our door asking if I wanted to come hang out. Their names were Jenny and Joy, aged 14 and 12, and they walked me over to the basketball courts to show me where kids hung out on weekends. There was the softball field, the 2 basketball courts and the tennis court, and then a big wall of trees with some woods behind them. Jenny and Joy said everyone's parents were cool with them hanging out there because everyone could keep an eye on them from the street. But we were never to walk beyond the woods, and that reason had a name. Trent Baxter. According to Jenny and Joy, the Baxters lived in the Manor Road apartments on the other side of the woods, and 15-year-old Trent was the biggest bully in all of... I'm learning the ways of reading. Joel Cena. Chamomile tea, that's the best, one of the best tea. Second to throat goat tea. And 15-year-old Trent was the biggest bully in all of the county. His dad was in jail, I guess, and his mom was a drunk. And young Trent had been so badly behaving in school that he'd been removed from the school system altogether around age 12. He used to get into fights with other kids, throw chairs at his teachers, and one time, they said, he even drowned the class hamster by trying to flush it down the toilet. Luckily, Trent knew better than to go wandering around our street or near the basketball courts, because every time he did, the town councilman would see him from his office and threaten to call the sheriff down. Because every time he did, the town councilman would see him from his office and threaten to call the town sheriff. And as a result, Trent mostly moped around the woods near the Manor Road apartments, setting rabbit snares and... As a result, Trent mostly moped around the woods near the Manor Road apartments, setting rabbit traps and starting fires. And I appreciated the heads up. But since Trent didn't hang out at the courts and he didn't go to school, I didn't think that he'd be any sort of problem for me. But I could not have been more wrong. It was during our first meeting that... It was during our first meeting that Jenny and Joy gave me their general warning about the Baxters. Then that Friday, they walked across the street and asked if I wanted to come hang out with them and some other kids down at the basketball courts. And it was here that I got my second and more specific warning about Trent. Down at the courts, a kid named Stevie told me that Trent found out... Down at the courts, a kid named Stevie told me that... What the hell? Down at the courts, a kid named Stevie told me that when Trent found out a new family had moved into town, he was furious. Stevie also lived at the Manor Road apartments, but unlike Trent, he wasn't a predatory miscreant who broke, burned, or stole everything that wasn't nailed down. He'd come hang out on a Friday and a Saturday night, often with tales of Trent's trials and tribulations over at the apartments. And according to Stevie, Trent would target an older... I get distracted so fast. I know. But I like looking at the chat. According to Stevie, Trent would target an older widower who lived on the ground floor, banging real loud on his door because he knew the guy had a heart condition. He'd also target his neighbor's cats and dogs, and there was a rumor that he fed one a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with ground-up glass as the secret ingredient. God damn it. I squeaked in my voice. Do I believe in cryptids? Yeah, I believe in all of them. Am I hearing the gifts and donor notifications? Yeah, did I miss any? Oh, I did. I'm sorry. How the hell did I miss that? Roki with the fur with the 5 gifters, too. Anhil Baby, Brianna Bubuman, Ray Foxlin, M Shadows, and Casey Griffin. Welcome, friends, to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, if I ever miss one, please do just at me. I apologize. He'd also target his neighbor's cats and dogs, and there was a rumor that he fed one a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with ground-up glass as the secret ingredient. But that Friday night, and to my absolute horror, I learned Trent's newest target was my family. And like I said, Stevie mentioned Trent being furious when he heard we'd moved into town and had overheard him saying that he was going to burn our house down. Jenny and Joy, along with these other kids, assured me that Trent said stuff like that all the time, directed at just about everyone, but only rarely did he go through with any of his threats. I'd like to be able to say that reassured me, but if Trent really was just all bark and no bite, how had he managed to earn such a bad reputation? That evening, after I returned home from hanging out at the basketball courts, I told my mom what I'd heard about this Trent Baxter threatening to burn down our house. She'd also heard stories about the Baxters from some of the neighbors that had stopped by our place. Some pretty frightening things, too. But she knew that the people in East Corinth were mostly good, salt-of-the-earth folks who wouldn't allow the Baxters to terrorize anyone, let alone the newest arrivals. And that was a lot more reassuring than anything the kids at the basketball courts said. I still really appreciated them being so welcoming, but nothing sounds truer as when it's coming from Mom, right? I figured the whole Trent Baxter situation might be a storm in a teacup, so to speak. But again, I was wrong. One night, about a week after moving into our new home, I woke up in the middle of the night to a very loud crash coming from downstairs. My dad grabbed his gun from the closet, ran downstairs to see what was happening, and then walked into the family room to find someone had thrown a brick through the window. And attached to the brick was a note saying, "Move." And that's all it said. Dad reported the incident to the county sheriff the next day, who sent out a deputy who'd grown up just north of town, and Deputy Dan Diddley-Do. Leiloni Tezuka, thank you for the Purple Hearts Unite. Let's go. Thank you. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the good marms out there. What's up, Scotsman? Good to see you. I hope things are going good in Michigan. If you were to rename your channel, what would it be? I remember for a while I thought like Space Spectre, since that was kind of my like, you know, that was my avatar, was like a space specter, some sort of undead guy in a suit, but space sphinxter, yeah, and it's just a skeleton's asshole. What inspired the avatar? It was just something that I saw because like I had read, you know, horror fiction, but also science fiction on the channel when I first started, so that was kind of like the perfect mixture of, you know, horror and sci-fi. But yeah, it's also a deep-sea diver too, which I didn't realize at the time. No happy Mother's Day to the bad ones. No, I think they need to get better. You know what I mean? If they're bad, we gotta fix them. Ever pee in a bottle? I have, yeah. I'm doing it right now. Just so I don't have to leave. Dad reported the incident to the county sheriff the next day, who sent out a deputy who'd grown up just north of town. Deputy Daniels said that he was familiar with the Baxters and would try to ascertain Trent's whereabouts from the previous night, but he also said it probably wouldn't be easy. As I already mentioned, it was known around town that Trent's dad was in jail and wasn't coming home anytime soon. According to the deputy, Trent's mom wasn't so much a sedentary drunk as she was a wanderer. Wanderer. Why is that hard to say? Do I smoke weed? No. According to the deputy, damn, I didn't realize my voice would be this squeaky already. I probably just need to warm it up. Thank God I got the spray. I got the perfect CD radio voice. Let's go, dude. According to the deputy, Trent's mom wasn't so much a sedentary drunk as she was a wanderer. She disappeared for days at a time, and if you did manage to catch her, there was no guarantee she'd remember the exchange the next time you talked. Apparently, Trent often ran off and slept in the woods whenever he was in trouble, and his mom was more concerned with chasing bottles and boyfriends than she ever was with her own son. Finding him would be much easier said than done, and even if he did find him, Deputy Dandle... I keep saying Deputy Dandles. Jesus Christ. Deputy Doodah Dingle. Should I stretch before chasing my kids? Yeah, if it makes you feel better, you know what I mean? Especially the old interior thighs. You never know when those hamstrings will pull. I've seen that video where the president of France was hiding a baggie of cocaine when journalists suddenly walked in on a train from Kiev. Like Macron, or was it somebody else? I guess I'm not surprised. I mean, remember what, like, last administration when they found a bag of cocaine or whatever? Something odd. Do I do coke? No, my heart would probably explode, and I do hear it's pretty addictive. Roki the Fur, thank you for another $5. To Hazel Oldman, Kino Rodriguez, Melissa Baldwin, Fed Up Southern Girl, and Trooper 582. Welcome, friends, to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Is Diddy trial going on right now? I have no idea. There's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, just set up traps for your kids. Finding him would be much easier said than done, and even if he did find him, Deputy Daniels wouldn't be able to do anything without concrete proof that it was Trent who'd thrown that brick. The only good news the deputy had was that it was unlikely Trent would try the same thing twice. He was a spontaneous kid of spitefulness, not a focused one, and as long as we stuck it out a little, he'd eventually get bored of us and just sort of move on, he said. I remember watching the glaciers fit the... I remember watching them fit in a new window with my dad talking about how it was just growing pains. There's always bad people any place you go, he'd say. But here, there's just one or two, not thousands like back in Providence. And Mom agreed. Jesus. And Mom agreed. She said all Trent Baxter needed was a short, sharp... I've got dyslexia now. And Mom agreed. She said all Trent Baxter needed was a short, sharp shock to make it clear that we were not to be messed with, and then he'd just leave us alone. Dad stayed up late a few nights, sitting in the dark in the family room looking out for our newly fitted windows into the street out. Dad stayed up late a few nights, sitting in the dark in the family room, looking out of our newly fitted windows into the street outside. He didn't keep his gun with him, he just wanted to catch Trent in the act and scare him a little. But Daniels appeared to be right, and Trent never showed. At school, Joy told me that she and Jenny had heard about Trent breaking our windows, and that they were very sorry that he'd chosen to target us. It was definitely scary, having such friendly, supportive people around. It did make things easier to bear, though. Joy said the same thing about the deputy. Joy said the same thing the deputy did, and that if Trent even got a whiff that he was, as ever, Joy said the same thing the deputy did, and that if Trent ever did get a whiff that he was the prime suspect, he'd probably disappear for a few days and we'd be able to carry on in peace. And she was right in a way, because the next few days and nights went on without incident, and we got the window replaced. Dad stopped sitting up late at our dark family room. And as I said, we got the window replaced. Dad stopped sitting up late in our dark family room, and for about a week at least, it seemed like Trent had moved on. But then, the birds showed up. One morning, after realizing that we were all out of milk, Dad decided to walk down to the general store to buy a carton or two. But he took just one step out of the front door and froze. He had a Cadillac Fleetwood Brougham? How do you say this shit? Cadillac Fleetwood what? Broom. Henry Broom. Okay, I guess it's Broom. He had a Cadillac Fleetwood Broom, a real beauty, but all over the hood and roof were a bunch of dead and disemboweled birds. It looked like someone had gutted them on the spot because the insides were splayed out next to them, having pulled through slits which had been cut into their bodies. Whoever had done it had taken the heads off too, and at first, they were nowhere to be found. Dad takes one good look at the cadaver-covered car, turns back around, and then walks inside the house to call the county sheriff. He then spends the next hour or so disposing of the headless birds and hosing down his Cadillac until it was spotless again. And once he'd finished, and because he'd wasted a bunch of his morning cleaning off his car and talking to the cops, Dad figured that he'd drive down to the general store in order to claw back a few minutes of his day. Dad said that he'd climb into the driver's seat, then slid his key into the ignition, but when he turned it, there was nothing but a muffled sputter from the car's engine. He said he kind of just frowned and checked the choke and then tried again, but then instead of starting like it normally would, there was a strange, high-pitched whine from the rear like air was escaping a balloon. And he started to panic a little as a series of dull thumps sounded from underneath the A whiff. Has anyone seen your lighter? It's in my pocket. It is a bit of a tongue twister. What's up, of course? It is just a prank. Trent Baxter's a prank. World's biggest prankster. World's biggest prankster, soon to be on death row. He started to panic a little as a series of dull thumps sounded from underneath. And then suddenly there was this huge boom as something exploded out of the car's tailpipe. Dad said he jumped up and then ran around to the rear of the car, only to see blood dripping from the exhaust. And then splattered on the ground behind it were all the little heads of the dead bird that had been lying on his car. That afternoon, Deputy Dandles was back in our kitchen talking with my mom and Dad over a few cups of coffee, and he recommended that Dad park his car in the garage from then on, and that when he caught up with Trent Baxter, he'd be arrested on suspicion of animal cruelty. And brick by brick, and brick is a brick. What? Yeah, this is story one. A brick is a brick, But hurting animals like that was exactly the kind of behavior people had come to expect from Trent the Troll, as some kids called him. He was probably laying low, said Deputy Daniels, especially after the bird incident. It was also very likely Trent was angry that we dared to call the sheriff and wanted to give us one last FU before he backed off for good. At least, that's what Mom and Dad chose to believe. Yet it proved to be nothing but wishful thinking. About 2 weeks went by and we'd once again assumed that we were in the clear, when one morning, someone started banging on our door at around 8. Dad went downstairs in his slippers to see who it was, only to find the mailman, looking white as a sheet and pointing at something that sat on our doorstep. It was a plastic can of gas, along with a box of matches, and the can actually had some gas in it too. It was Trent. He was leaving us a message, and one that clearly said, "Leave, because next time I might go through with it." The appearance of that can marked the third time that Deputy Daniels came over to our house, but that time, Mom and Dad weren't quite so patient and understanding as before. I distinctly remember my dad telling him to do his damn job, and that if the deputy couldn't find a juvenile delinquent like Trent Baxter, then he was in the wrong line of work. And to his credit, Deputy Daniels, I cannot stop saying Daniels. Deputy Ding Dong, the voice of God. And to his credit, Deputy Daniels took Dad's comments on the chin. He said he understood his frustration, but that it was something that most other folks have felt at some point too. Trent and his family were this dark cloud that hung over the town, and much like all the other dark clouds which pass over this. Sometimes I say double S's as like an SH, and I can't help it. For some freaking reason. Thoughts on going commando? I think when you're in your own home, really that's the only way to go. Or, in public too if you want. I guess it's more comfortable. I heard it helps with avoiding chafing, but I don't know. What's up, Alyssa? What if you have an accident? Well, then I hope you brought another pair of pants. Trent and his family were this dark cloud that hung over the town, and much like all the other dark clouds which God damn it, man. Son of a gun. A fart is a fart. Trent and his family were this dark cloud that hung over the town, and much like all the other dark clouds which pass over the state of Maine, and boy are there many, you learn to live with them. On the bright side, Trent had never burned anything down before, at least nothing as big as a house, but as you can probably guess, that didn't reassure my dad one bit. The deputies and our neighbors could be as supportive as they liked, and it was all much appreciated, but they couldn't keep an eye out for us all the time, and the nights seemed to belong to Trent. By the time the gas and the box of matches showed up on our doorstep and my dad was yelling in Deputy Daniels' face, I was starting to get really, really upset by the whole thing. After about a month of being there, I actually liked living in East Corinth. I liked my new friends. I liked the idea of starting high school there too, How do I donate to this guy who's broke? Who's that, me or someone else? Oh, how do you donate? I think there's like a money sign down at the bottom of the chat box there. But yeah, don't worry about donating. Just appreciate you being here. I like the idea of new friends, I like the idea of starting high school there too, so the idea that some fire-obsessed, bird-murdering psycho was... Oh my god, I cannot keep up with this writing. I liked my new friends. I liked the idea of starting high school there too, so the idea that some fire-obsessed, bird-murdering psycho was about to ruin all of that for us, let's just say it started to weigh on me. Especially the day when I found out Trent wanted to target me, specifically. It was a Friday at lunchtime, and I was getting myself some food in the school cafeteria when Stevie, from over the road, sat next to me in joy. And right away I could tell that he had something to say, and when he did, I felt my appetite leaving as this feeling of dread crept over me. Stevie said that he'd been riding his bike out near the apartments when Trent Baxter came out of the bushes, yelling for him to stop. Stevie knew that he could outpedal him if he needed, so he stopped and asked what his problem was. Wait, that he could outpedal or couldn't outpedal? Hey, Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gift or two. Carissa explains it all. Thank you, and welcome, Carissa. Oh. You worry about me so much. What do you mean? What's there to worry about? What did I do? Am I still matching memberships? Yeah. You keeping track? Well, the question is, as last time, yeah, once again, dude. I don't know exactly why, but YouTube, removed my ability to gift. Remove my ability to, gift memberships, so I guess I can't match it, which is really strange. I go to it says super sticker, super chat, but then, gifting of memberships is, not available for me anymore, so it's kind of strange. Wait, how do I get this window out of the way? Dude. Oh, come on. Zoe Haxel with the 10 Canadian. There. Joel, gotta hustle his live chats. I made $200 out of doing Reddit story reads myself the other week. Literally no effort. Really? You have a YouTube channel, or? Huh. You made... What's your... Do you have a YouTube channel? I'm confused. But thank you for the 10. What's up, Matt? Yeah, I don't really know. I've never seen, maybe it's because I did too many. Maybe it's, because it's my own live stream, gifting memberships is, a bad thing, but I don't really know why it would be a bad thing, per se, I guess. Stevie knew he could outpedal him if he needed to, so he stopped and asked him what his problem was. Trent asked Stevie if he's friends with the new kid, i.e. me, and then when Stevie said yes, Trent told him that the new kid was, and I quote, dead meat. Since we hadn't got the message about leaving town, Trent was going to have to up the ante, and upping that ante meant targeting me. I was terrified, and the only thing that stopped me from descending into a full-on panic were Joy and Stevie's reassurances. They promised me that if I came to hang out with them that evening after school, they'd do anything and everything to protect me from Trent. Bullies like that were only ever successful if they could isolate someone, when there wasn't that strength in numbers. That was part of the same sentence. Does YouTube get a percentage of members' fees? I think they do, yeah, but it's all good. At the end of the day, I realize it's YouTube's, it's the platform hosting all this stuff, and even though people are creating on it, it's kind of like going to a comedy club and doing your comedy, and, of course they're going to get a cut of the proceeds or whatever. Otherwise, I'd be on the streets reading viewer-written stories. Yeah, you can submit yours to Let's Read Submissions at Gmail. That's capitalism. Well, that's the thing is that, like, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be able to run if they didn't make any money, so I think it's kind of a win-win. I listens to lots or did a podcast and YouTube like this, and I really like bedtime stories and being scared, but hands down, Joel has the best stories, less bullshit, best voice. Oh, thank you, Don. Appreciate you. Bullies like that were only ever successful if they could isolate someone when there wasn't that strength in numbers. So if I stuck with them, Trent wouldn't be able to touch me and I'd be fine. What I felt in that cafeteria was one of the most bittersweet moments of my whole life. I don't think that I've ever been so scared of someone before, but I'd also never experienced such kindness and acceptance before either. I was so grateful that I was holding back tears by the time I gave Joy a hug and thanked her for all that she and her sister had done for me, in terms of making me feel welcome, introducing me to my new friend group, and most importantly, protecting me from the town's resident psycho. When I got home from school that afternoon, I told my mom everything Stevie and Joy had said in the cafeteria. She said that I was really lucky to have such nice new friends, but if I saw Trent at any point during that evening, I was to run home immediately so that her and Dad could call the sheriff. She had no doubt that my nice new friends could keep their eyes out for him, and she even figured that they'd try and defend me if need be, but the bottom line was that at the first trying to... Just got back from the library. Jay, did you, since you're getting into writing and stuff, did you do a lot of writing like prior to starting school? Capitalism has destroyed our world. Global warning. Much. I know, we all need to live in mud huts. That'd be my preferred existence. She even figured that... She even figured they'd try and defend me if need be, but the bottom line was that at the first try... Dude, I can't read. She even figured they'd try and defend me if need be, but the bottom line was that at the first sign of trouble, I should just walk or even run away, and that way I could avoid any trouble before it even started. I remember suggesting that if a deputy or town councilman saw Trent doing something violent, then they could actually do something about him instead of just beating around the bush all the time and letting him run riot. I mean, sure, I might end up with a few bruises and a black eye, but if that's what we needed to get Trent out of the picture, then maybe it was a price worth paying. And Mom gave me a very concrete no to that suggestion and explained that violence in the movies is a hell of a lot different to violence in real life. Only in the movies did people walk away from fights with nothing but a split lip and a good story. In real life, one punch was all it took to put one person in the ground and the other in jail for the rest of their lives. Mom wanted to see this Baxter kid punished, just like everyone else in town did, just not at the expense of her only daughter. And late that afternoon, around 5:30, Jenny and Joy stopped by our house, and then we walked down to the basketball courts to hang out again. All of the usual kids were there, either shooting some hoops or riding their bikes around the courts, and although I was kind of tense at first, I soon started to relax as we fell into the usual rhythm of things. Maybe an hour into hanging out, I was really enjoying myself, and I'd also totally forgotten about the whole Trent thing, when Stevie comes riding his bike across the fields away from the woods shouting, "Trent's coming! Trent's coming!" And everyone kind of flew into panic. The British are coming, the British are coming. Shows up on a horse. We gotta go. It's Trent Baxter! It'd be kind of cool if all the kids just like grabbed a rock and they stoned him to death. What am I wearing? Currently, I'm wearing like religious robes, kind of like a Catholic priest. Did I do a story on Pazuzu? I feel like I vaguely recall that. Granny panties. Some ones that I found outside. I am the new Pope, yeah. Got a full Pope garment on right now. I got my magic underwear. And, yeah. I mean, you heard that the Pope was American, right? So, let's just say I'm pretty much going to be taking everyone's communion. Everyone kind of flew into a panic for a second because this one older kid, Ryan, started yelling about how he was sick of running and how we should fight back for once instead of just going to get the adults. I didn't like the sound of that, not after what my mom had said about avoiding violence. But most of the other kids, instead of just leaving, latched onto what Ryan said and were basically saying stuff like, "Yeah, let's get him." And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like something out of a movie, and besides me, Jenny, and Joy were both saying, "Come on, Kathy, let's..." Wait, what? What is this saying? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like something out of a movie, and beside me, Jenny, and Joy... Oh, and beside me... Oh, they were saying something, sorry. Yeah, I heard the Catholic was, or not the Catholic, but the Pope was from Chicago. He loves fucking deep dish, dude. He loves deep dish. Just like me, for real. Wait, someone said he's Peruvian. Is he? He's not from Peru, right? He's from the United States, Chi-town, Chirac. He's actually a Crip. You got ghosted by a 30-year-old Christian man like 2 months ago. I should probably just focus on school and meet somebody, you know what I mean, in your own peer group, probably ideal. If you, Pope, should be do marketing deals like partner with Doritos to make new communion bread crackers, that would be amazing if they put it like some type of hot salsa or some shit on all the communion crackers. Those would be some real spirit raisers. The Pope had a successful rap career? Oh my god. Honestly, at this point, that's what we need. A Pope with a mixtape. Hey, yo, it's God time, baby. You see Pazuzu? He's gonna get his ass eaten, baby. Wild Ranch communion crackers. A test tube Pope. We are ready. He has been groomed by the World Economic Forum. He is a young global leader. I mean, religion is beautiful, but like, why are people so uppity about the Pope being American? I don't know if they're being uppity. It's kind of like a meme, I guess, for most people. You know, it's just something to kind of joke about, because I don't think one's ever been American before. So it's just kind of funny. I don't know. Americans don't, you know, there's a lot to be excited about America and stuff, but it's like, you know, we just kind of have a sense of humor to make fun of ourselves, etc. Just outside vaping, sipping on whiskey sour. Yum. He goes from... Nice. Yeah, it's just like a novelty. What was the theme for the Pazuzu story so we can listen later? I feel like it was like demons or something, like just straight up demon stories. It's been forever though. That was like an old ass paranormal video. Pope on a rope soap. That sounds pretty good. A pope who fills up a bag with soap and beats up all the other popes while they're sleeping. Gabe Eckstein, thank you for the Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. What am I snacking on? I wish I had some snacks. Wish I had a sock full of nickels. You can assume pretty much any paranormal stories about Pazuzu in some way. He's the Mac Daddy. He's the coolest. Oh, maybe it was Ouija board stories, actually, because I feel like I vaguely remember the Pazuzu. I remember the Pazuzu thing being like somebody spelled out the name Pazuzu, which is a really funny name for a demon, you know? It just sounds like some sort of, maybe like a monkey that like Michael Jackson owned or something. Maybe that's what it was. It was the ghost of the chimp of Michael Jackson. Is my imaginary... You me to play the brown note. Was that funny at the end of the video? Was that funny, guys? Did you guys laugh? Did everybody have a good chuckle? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like something out of a movie, and beside me, Jenny and Joy were both saying, "Come on, come on, let's go make sure he leaves you alone." It was odd, but I thought about the smashed window, the birds, and that can of gas, and I got angry. I loved my new home, and I wasn't about to let some scumbag ruin it for me. Ryan and the other kids started storming across the field, yelling about how they were going to kick Trent Baxter's ass. It was the bravest thing I'd ever seen, and as I watched, I stood up and then told Jenny and Joy, "All right, let's go." And they were smiling and clapping, and then, after following me over to the field, we ran to catch up with the kids ahead of us. When we got to the tree line, we kind of fanned out a little and then started looking all over for this Trent character. We walked deeper and deeper into the woods, and the setting sun in the sky was ahead of us, but since we were together, we weren't very scared. I remember stopping at one point and looking around. If Trent Baxter had been in those woods, he sure as heck wasn't there anymore. And I turned to Jenny, Joy's older sister, and then said something like, Look, he's gone." But the way she was looking at me was wrong. Very wrong. I know I'd only known her a few weeks, but I'd never seen her make a face like that before. Yet it wasn't just her that was staring at me with very cold eyes. It was everyone. I turned around on the spot and realized that they all started walking towards me. And then right behind me, I heard Jenny say, "That's where you're wrong. Trent Baxter's right here." And I turned just in time for Jenny to shove me backwards into the dirt as she yelled, "Here!" And I fell on my butt. But the pain of her turning on me dwarfed any I felt from the impact. I asked her what she was doing, but she didn't answer. And then I heard someone yell something terrible about me from my right, before someone kicked me in the side of the head. I immediately went down, clutching my head, and that's when everyone jumped in and started kicking me. "Trent Baxter's right here," someone repeated, and the others laughed, but they never stopped kicking me. All I could do was just lie there, shielding my head from those blows, while I felt their sneakers and shoes smashing into my arms and my ribs and my back and my butt. And I soaked it all up until someone tried stamping on my head, and that's when I realized I had to move. I felt like if I didn't, they would kill... They would skrill me. What the fuck is happening? They're working for Trent. Zozo. Oh yeah, maybe that was the one. What if heaven is vegan and they serve lab-grown meat? God is a communist. We all know that. They're a hive mind. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Tyler Durden style, yeah. I soaked it all up until someone tried stamping on my head. And that's when I realized I had to move. I felt like if I didn't, they'd kill me. I managed to make it to my knees before someone shoved me down again. Then the stamping and kicking and punching continued for a minute until I kind of just threw myself forward and made it to my feet again. That time I was able to run. They tried kicking my legs out from under me, but it didn't work, and I was able to get a real sprint going. The kids ran after me, and I remember looking over my shoulder, seeing them, and then feeling this surge of adrenaline take hold of me. And I ran, and I ran, and I ran, until I was all the way back to my home. Whoops. Until I was all the way back to my street, before I realized that I wasn't being followed anymore. I remember looking back over my shoulder again and thinking, where the hell are Jenny and Joy? They lived just over the street from me, so whenever they'd run to, or wherever they'd run to. Rice is gluten-free. That's good to know. Dude, rice is so good, man. I love just like, I could eat just a big glob of bullshit, whether it's meat or whatever, and the sarse, just on a pile of like jasmine rice every day of my life. I definitely think rice is like the preferable starch compared to like noodle, even though I do like nouder. Rice is high in calories, believe it or not. Yeah, I mean it's a carbohydrate, pretty dense. Brisket and jasmine rice, baby. Damn, that does sound good. Rice with ricin'. Do I like potatoes? Yeah, potatoes are good. But they definitely got to be cooked the right way, you know what I mean? Get the right seasoning involved, or if you get a potato, it's got to be loaded with something. I mean, you have those sort of starchy materials, but we humans, we got to ramp up the taste a little bit. Otherwise, it's just kind of bland. Your husband is Indonesian. We go through lots of rice. He's always making nasi goreng, aka fried rice. That sounds yummy. The neuter meme? I don't know. I just said it. When I was bulking, I did rice and ground beef with taco seasoning. Yeah, that's like the perfect. I mean, isn't that what like every bodybuilder does? Just rice, chicken, and broccoli forever. They lived just over the street from me, so wherever they'd run to, they hadn't been home. But then as I got closer to my house, I could see people gathered outside, and when I saw who it was, my heart sank. It was my mom, one of the ladies who lived across the street from us, along with Jenny and Joy. I was still in so much shock that when my mom ran over to escort me into the house, I didn't say anything. I wanted to get the blood off of me, get the dirt out of my mouth, and I didn't want to look at Jenny or Joy for a single second longer than I had to. Then as Mom sat me down and got out the Band-Aids and antiseptic wipes, she kept saying to me, Trent's Baxter. Trent Baxter. Bent tractor. Trent Baxter is an anagram for something. I don't know what, but I know it's something. Bent backwards is going to pay for this. Who here is in bed right now? Press 1. Hey, see ya, Mark. Take care. They apparently made a show about Pazuzu. Why do they make movies on murderers but not regular hardworking blue-collar workers? Or just like a nice, timeless, ancient demon. I feel like they need to make one about like a demon that possesses serial killers. And then like the manner in which, you know what I mean? You could do Jack the Ripper or something, the manner in which he kills things. You could connect to like the occult and then sort of imply through like historical research or something that it was a particular demon that possessed Jack the Butt Ripper, and then just do that for like the most recent up-to-date serial killer or something. Chucky. Was Chucky a demon? I thought he was like a serial killer, like soul into a doll. But yeah, I guess it would be kind of like Chucky. Your video's lagging. Yeah, I got rid of what's it called? I'm not streaming on Twitch tonight because I felt like we had connection issues last time, so it should be better, I imagine. Oh, classic Mike Cade with the 5 gifters too. Emily. Emery Mata. Golden Girly. Gravity Impact. Wait, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I miss a 5th one? Wait, I see 4 there. Maybe there's a 5th one. That's strange. Unless it registered right before it. No, I don't see it. Weird, very weird. Anyways, to the mysterious person who received a gift. Welcome. Oh yeah, did you see, who's that family with like the possessed dolls? The actors who've been playing them forever. There's like a new movie of that coming out. It's a horror movie about, you know, the demon hunting family or whatever. You see the new Tim Robinson movie, Friendship? No, dude, I want to see it though. I didn't even watch the trailer, but I kind of want to go into it. Yeah, it's from like the Annabelle Conjuring series, but is it like the Conjuring, but Conjuring 2, Electric Boogaloo? Hey, Freezer. This lame as fuck. Oh, no worries. No worries. They're still being haunted. They don't stop, bro. Endless haunting. Hey, see ya, Prime. The Warrens, yeah. Was the Minecraft movie good? I thought it was fun. It was fun to see in theaters, you know, with the squad, and everybody was just silly, and probably won't ever watch it again, but it was worth it, I guess, once. You see Sinners, your friend said it was awful. That's funny. I feel like it's getting mixed reviews in here as well. Like, some people were like, I saw it twice and I really liked it, and others are like, it's dog poop. So I don't even know what it's about or anything about it. You just hear about it. And it was directed by Tyler Perry. Then his mom sat me down and got out the Band-Aids. Then his mom sat me down and got out the Band-Aids and antiseptic wipes. She kept saying to me, Trent Baxter's going to pay for this, sweetie. You just wait and see. The only folks they're going to be moving out of this town are him and his mom when they're carted off to jail. I didn't know how to tell her right away. I didn't even cry at first. I just sat there quietly letting her wipe the blood from my face and hands, almost like the calm before the storm. I was in shock. And a few hours later, after I'd cried my eyes out finally and gotten a long hot bath, I walked into the TV room and just told her straight up. Mom, it wasn't Trent Baxter who beat me up. It was the kids who hang out at the basketball courts. It was all of them. And she was stunned. And if you hadn't already guessed, Jenny and Joy had ran ahead of me to tell everyone it was Trent Baxter who'd ambushed me after I'd wandered into the woods. And so to have me telling her a different, and that in fact, haven't been in the movie theater in 3 years. I remember like whenever like movie theaters finally started getting back into like normal after like COVID. I just remember being, you know, it was like kind of an interesting, fun, novel experience again because like no more COVID bullshit. But I just remember like going into there and kind of experiencing those things again that you didn't do for a while, and then you're just like, oh, yeah, these are cool, but like really not that exciting. It's like I thought that I would come back and just be like, yes, normal life and consumerism. But it was just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm going to go lay in my bed again. Last thing I saw was Barbarian, and that was so good. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Barbarian, just mainly because of the sort of twist of the story kind of like caught me off guard, but it definitely was pretty wild for sure. Ben Shapiro's like Pablo from Backyardigans if Pablo became a ball gargling Tate fan. I'm not, yeah, I don't follow any of those references. T8. Taint fan. Oh, Taint. Yeah, I'm not a big Ben Shapiro guy. Like, I've been much more aware of like the political climate, having, especially on like the conservative end, having some like strange obsession with catering to the nation of Israel, which I just find really weird. You know what I mean? I'm like, that doesn't really seem very American focused. You know what I mean? So I just don't really. It's hard to have like respect for the political landscape when they're like more obsessed with like helping out some place in the middle of nowhere with the size of fucking New Jersey, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like, what can you do, I guess? I don't know. Tell us something about myself, personal. Tell a personal story. Today I ate Panera Bread, and it was fucking good. And they have a deal there where it's like a family thing where you pretty much get 2 meals for like $30, which is still kind of expensive, but it's actually, even though it's 2 meals, it's just enough for me. As Azil, well, thank you for the 2. So hope you had a great weekend. Love these Sundays. Thank you. Yeah, you guys excited for the week? You excited for the week? What's my Panera order? I mean, I got some, like the one time I went there, I got one of the, like I always see what the new sandwiches are, because honestly the bread is just so good there. I got the chicken bacon rancher for like 50,000 times one, you know, in a row. And then I tried some other shit, and it basically is just like the best grilled cheese with meat inside of its sandwich I've ever had. It is expensive, but it's just like so good. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you're going to make sandwiches as like your professional shit, you gotta fucking make sure that the bread is fresh and solid. I don't even know if I've had their mac and cheese. I should get it though. I feel like everything there is pretty solid though. You don't have Panera. Oh, you have Mr. Sub. That doesn't sound too bad. What's up, Blade? How are you? I can't imagine you being a normal period and ordering a bunch of Panera Bread. What's a normal period? Rather than like an irregular one? Person. I know. I should just never eat or do anything. I should just sit here and stasis waiting till the next stream. Pumping out endless content for y'alls. Been falling asleep to you and the no sleep for years. So excited to listen to the episode tonight. Thank you. Yeah, it was really cool. I'm excited to do more. Panera gives you vibes like it has dandruff. I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure they're scratching their head and some of that shit's going in there. But most of the time the staff are pretty nice, at least where I go. The thing is, I'm Ben Shapiro, and Helix is my sponsor. Black Rifle Coffee. I don't know. It's all so silly and cringe, huh? What's my Starbucks order? Honestly, for a while, I'd get all their just like fancy bullshit drinks. I'm a basic bitch in the fact that I love their pumpkin spice crap. Along with, I would get those like egg bites, because the egg bites there are like so much better than the Dunkin' Donut ones. But the Dunkin' Donut ones are pretty good too. But I will say, like, Dunkin' Donuts is good, but it's definitely not, it's like it's slightly not as good as Starfucks. But man, if you look at the calories and just the composition of like all those drinks, if you get the specialties, it's like 500 calories of just like straight high fructose corn syrup that you probably shouldn't be consuming. And you could just like put, I don't know, make your own shit, make it just taste just as good. Thank you, Emma. Have ever been recognized? No. I mean, maybe, but I don't know how they would. Hey, you're Let's Read. Kill him. Throw a fucking hot pot of coffee on his cock. Hold him down. I'm like, what? Everybody in the store. And everybody's like, I'm Trent Baxter. I'm Trent Baxter. I'm like, no. And they're like, I just boiled this. And then like a blue-haired liberal woman, she's like, I have $200,000 in student loans. And now, basically they pour hot coffee on my penis, and that sucks. Your channel is the main thing that got me through my physical therapy and recovered from surgery recently. Thank you so much for your content. You're welcome, Freeze. I'm glad you're doing better. So, to have me telling her something different, and that in fact there might not even be... What the fuck? Wait, why is there no... It says there might not even be a Trent Baxter. It sounds like a fetish. Alright, listen. I'm just writing my own fanfic in real time here. So, to have me telling her something different, and that in fact there might not even be a Trent Baxter to begin with, it all came as an obvious shock to her. She was in denial at first, talked about how our neighbors had mentioned the Baxters on more than one occasion. It wasn't out of the question that a bunch of kids were all just in on some cruel joke. But the whole town. It wasn't until Dad called the county sheriff and asked to speak with him directly that he too realized something was going on. The sheriff had someone run some files, only to discover that there hadn't been a Baxter family living in East Corinth since 1934. Dad then gave him an earful about Deputy Daniels and how one of his peace officers had lied to his face about having met Trent Baxter and his mother. But when accused, Deputy Daniels played dumb and said that he was just trying to reassure the newcomers that he could keep them safe. The sheriff apologized for his deputy, saying that he was just young, dumb, and eager to impress. But Dad didn't buy it, and he too began to realize the same thing that I had, that there were no Baxters living on the... What is happening, bro? This is like 0 to 100 out of nowhere. Officer Wiggums, yeah. Officer Barr Brady. All right, everybody. Nothing to see here. But Dad didn't buy it, and he too began to realize the same thing I had. There were no Baxters living in those apartments. The townsfolk had invented them. Shit. Dunking donuts. Dunking my donuts in boiling hot juice. It took a few days of subtle investigation before Dad moved us back to Providence. He said he wanted to be sure before he got us packing our bags. But when he was sure, when he'd driven out to that road to ask around and was certain that the Baxters were some fabrication, we got the hell out of town and never looked back. Dad said that he tried talking to the sheriff about it, that he tried explaining how the people of East Corinth invited the... What the fuck is going on, bro? So they just made up some dude. Like, as... What the fuck? It's like the village. They made up some guy to, like, scare them from moving in? Did they do something wrong? Dad said he tried talking to the sheriff about it, and that he tried explaining how the people of East Corinth invented the Baxters as a way of terrorizing each other and terrifying outsiders. But the more he talked, the more the sheriff seemed to act like he was crazy. The sheriff said that he'd spoken to the townspeople, to the mayor and to the town councilman, and not a single person had mentioned anything about any Baxter family. It was a damn shame what was happening to that new family, they said, but as much as they wanted to help, There was nothing they could do. Once Dad realized the extent to which the townsfolk were willing to hoodwink us, he decided to quit while he was ahead and just simply get us to safety as soon as possible. And we moved back to Providence, checked into a hotel, and then stayed in an apartment for a while before Dad could find us a more permanent place to live. And we rarely speak of East Corinth, but it was always there. I guess no one wanted to remind each other or remind ourselves that the move. I'm developing an impediment. I've developed an impediment. A delicious, succulent impediment. It's a conspiracy. How many stories are there? There are 2 stories. Which, by the way, we kind of burned through this one like super duper quick. What's up, Luke? I guess no one wanted to remind each other or remind ourselves that the move had ever happened. But it had, and there was no getting away from it. And every so often I thought about that area and why people acted the way they did. I guess the idea of the Baxter family was something they used to blame all their problems on at first. And then maybe over time, the Baxters became something they'd use to solve their problems, namely the problem of newcomers, and how to keep them out of their town, for good. What the fuck? East Cornholio. We moved to East Cornholio when I was a wee lass. Who won the kiss? I don't know. Did you guys figure it out? I was long gone. I was in a hot bubble bath while that was happening. Everybody was fighting over a smooch. Sam M1. Sam, time to claim your prize. Meet me at Trent Baxter's house. Elise, Andrea, no worries. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Actually, that would be sick if they made like a hip-hop version of Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting. There's gotta be a way, bro. There's no way that Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting melody hasn't been used in some type of like sample for like a hip-hop song. Hippity Hop House pretty. He is nowhere to be seen. Oh wait, here he is. He's at my feet in his little bed. What a cute stinker head. I had no idea he was here. Jack Black covered it with CeeLo. Oh, damn. All right, good. Thank God. We're on the same page. Jack Black always saves the day. All right. Well, that was interesting and weird. Was it the kids? I'm so confused. Was it the kid? Was it just the kids, or was it the whole town was genuinely insane? And why were they insane? Was it the Firkin kids? Jack Black rant. Here we go. I like Jack Black. Jack Black. I like Jack Black. I like him. I think he's funny. I've liked him for a long time, and he never responds to my letters, but that's fine. What is the charge? A delicious Chinese meal. You enjoyed the rant the other night. What was I even ranting about? What's bro squabbling about? Can't listen to the story and pay attention to the chat at the same time. Welcome to my world, dude. Jack Black better than Jack White. Yeah, Jack White's from the Black Keys, right? The Jack Black Keys. I just saw that on voice actor for Kung Fu Panda TV show, most people think it was Jack Black who did the voice, but the dude just studied Jack Black and did a ton of his voice. That's awesome. How old am I again? I have a birthday next month. I will be 35. Old enough to die, I guess. That's what you get. You get 18, you're an adult. 21, you get to drink. 25, you get to rent a car, and your brain is done. And at 35, the Grim Reaper comes and kills you. Yeah, literally halfway. Unless I live to be 105, which then I'll just be only a third of the way there. What's up, Simpson? Still got time, thank God. From a very early age, I remember being acutely aware that my dad had a lot of money, even when we were still living in a small two up, two down terraced house in Garston. Oh. Joel, the guy who voices Kung Fu Panda on the show is Mick Wingert from the No Sleep podcast. Holy shit, that's awesome. Ask him if I can be Lemmy Winks in the new season of Kung Fu Panda. This is my voice for Lemmy Winks.
Oh, sup guys, it's me. Fucking Lemmy Winks, dude. Just fucking give me a... I'm gonna fucking punch something.
They say a man hits his prime in his 30s. I think that's true. That's true. I am mid-prime right now. I've been drinking prime all day. Logan Paul! Logan Paul! La, yeah! Jack Black motherfucking Logan Paul! I had a family get together on my dad's side, all of whom is still getting to know since we met 4 years ago. Oh, that's cool. Your iPad told me I can interact with the creator. At Joel, are you God? I don't know. I feel like even God, wouldn't that be funny if like someone in your world was, what if like there was a human in your world that was God and they had no idea they were God? It's just like the world around them is just a manifestation of their own mind and everyone else is just the end poop sees. That's my very selfish perspective on reality. Everything revolves around me.
Mischievous dog.
Alex Love, welcome back for 46 months. Says, good evening. Just got back from my 2-week trip to Hawaii. Now I'm in a proper time zone to make the stream. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Alex. How was your trip? What'd you do? Did you see the whales? Even when we were still living in a small 2-up, 2-down terraced house in Garston, and I had just started school, I remember feeling this deep source of pride that my dad had the best car in the street. It was the late 70s back then, and the area of Liverpool we lived in was a rough one. There was a lot of crime, a lot of unemployment, and both my parents grew up in conditions so squalid that I had to see them to believe them. But I think that's what made my dad into the man he was. Growing up, his parents didn't have 2 pennies to rub together, so by the time he was a young man, that's all he thought about. Money, money, money. I heard that he was a clever lad growing up. He did well in school and earned great results in his exams, but when it came time to pick a trade and learn a skill, Dad announced that he wanted to go to university instead. To him, getting a business or accountancy degree was the golden ticket to a lifetime of potential good earnings. But after traveling down to London for his School of Economics interview, he came back with a completely different plan. In the late 70s, when Dad started his business, Russia was known as the USSR, and it operated behind what was called the Iron Curtain. And basically this meant that there were strict export controls and massive bureaucratic hurdles on both sides if you wanted to trade with them. The process was even more tiresome if you wanted to import old Russian antiques. But since London was, and still is, home to a very large and very wealthy community of Russian expats, you could make millions selling them artifacts from a homeland they'd never returned to. And so, that's what my dad started doing. Apparently he'd gotten the idea from some old geezer in a London pub, one who'd listened to his story and decided to give him a tip. And at first glance, importing just about anything of value from the old Soviet Union was impossible. But if you had a man on the inside, someone in Russia who could grease the wheels of commerce, as they say, then suddenly piles of paperwork and months of waiting became a handshake and some cash in an envelope. And it was this man on the inside the old geezer was offering to my dad. A few weeks later, Dad's on a boat headed for Murmansk. Murmansk. You guys know how to say this place. In Russia. Dom Barnes with the 5 says, great story from Maine too. Thanks, Joel. Shout out to my lover. Had a good night. And hail Odin. Thank you, Dom. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 5. Have a great night, my friend. Thank you. We'll see you next time. And Evan Murphy, welcome back for 8 months, my friend. You still have access to bonus content. And David Monroe Glada, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Appreciate you, dude. Respect your millennial elders, guys. Elder millennial. Elder millennial here. I just joined the roller derby team and I'm the only elder millennial. You grew up in Belfast, Ireland. The towns in the story seem very calm. The towns in the story seems very calm, collected. Yeah, I'm not sure. Where do they say this takes place? Somewhere in Liverpool or something? Is Liverpool pretty chill? Black keys and fish. Liverpool. Liver poop. Yeah, I think I might have made that joke, but the episode of Arrested Development, whenever Tobias or something, he's dressed up as like a nanny to like still be around his wife and kids or something, but everyone knows that he's who he is, but he like puts on a British accent and drives like one of those like Mini Coupes with the UK flag on the top, and then drives on the wrong side of the road, and he's like, oh my, this is so much different than where I'm from in Blackstool. So I don't know, the show, it's weird. The show is like a real life Family Guy. It's just all over the fucking place. Gen X turning 50 tomorrow. That's alright. You know the interesting thing is, there's like people who are dead. Did you know about that? There's people who are dead. There's people who have been dead. And then there's people who have been dead even longer than they've been dead. And they actually lived before them. And then in the future, there's going to be people that are born, which is wild. And then there's going to be people after them that are probably born. And then maybe even after that. And that is just like, it's crazy. Like sometimes you're born and you age, and then you die, and then the next team comp shows up. And maybe they get really good at table tennis and that's their whole thing. I hope. Maybe they'll be from Liverpool. Have you seen the movie Ghost World? No, I haven't. I'm 33 and a classmate from high school just died of colon cancer. I just feel like we're too young for this. Yeah, that's one of those ones where if you get fucked like that, that would be really sad. Honestly, I thought about that too. I'm like, fuck, dude. I remember there was like, oh my God, like hearing about a friend, like my parents had like a neighbor and they were like a pretty young couple, and then like the wife, yeah, she died of some type of cancer at a pretty young age, and then that I don't know. And like, you know what I mean? Just like being a widower at like a young age, and then he just like kind of sold the house and moved back. The guy moved back to his, you know, hometown or whatever. And I don't know. It's like, Jesus Christ, life comes at you pretty quick. Probably best to go to the gym when you can. What's a bonus mom? I guess a bonus mom would be like a stepmom, right? It's like getting an extra one. You just beat breast cancer? I didn't know that, Christy. Did you tell us that? You're 19, and I know of 2 former classmates that had a baby together at 16 and now have a custody battle at 20. Jesus, dude, yeah. What a headache. Liloni Tezuka, thank you for the 2. Says, fun fact, my real name is Hawaiian, but I'm Mexican. Oh, interesting. But isn't Mexico's kind of comprised of like all sorts of different ethnicities, kind of like America, isn't it? So would there be like specifics on that? Hey, you probably don't remember me, but I went through a breakup and you basically said, get to the gym, and now I'm in the Pilates princess. Let's go, dude. It ain't just a weekend, baby. It's a lifestyle. It's a journey, and you'll be much happier at the end. Dude, I am squeaking tonight. My voice is not right. I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do. Regular mammograms, yeah, dude. Yikers. Oh yeah, we gotta figure out how to say this place. And have been gymming. I've been doing it, yeah. It's I try to do the calisthenic stuff, but then just hitting the major core lifts after, just to really, take it to the next level. Just because sometimes you do calisthenics, you don't really feel very sore, you know what I mean? And then I feel like with core lifts, I at least feel like I'm making progress or something. Oh yeah, how do I... Alright, Murmansk Oblast. Murmansk. Why is there no Russian? Isn't it in Russia or is it Polish? Murmansk. Alright, you know what? Let's look it up on YouTube and hear what some random person says. How you say... Murmansk. Jeez. Murmansk. Murmansk. Okay. Merman. The land where there's mer people. The Pilates feels really is good for the minor muscles. It's harder than heavy lifting. Yeah, I imagine it's tough stuff. It's similar to calisthenics type things. And the fact, yeah, you're using all those accessory muscles, which is good. I think a combination of the two is probably ideal. Elise Haley, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, and welcome. And not Jackie Chan, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Alexander Customs, Love Like Fire, Fat Joe, Shadow87, and Amy Mello. Thank you guys, welcome. Be sure to thank not Jackie Chan. A few weeks later, Dad's on a boat headed for Murmansk. Murmansk. Damn it, dude. How the flip? Murmansk. A few weeks later, Dad's on a boat headed for Murmansk, a big Russian port city near the border with Norway. And it's there that he meets his contact, and it's there that he started his business in earnest, with the purchase of his first ever antique religious icon. It sold for a whopping £3,000, which is about $12,000 in today's money, and then factor in that he bought the icon from his contact for just a few £100, and you start to understand why he made so much money. We moved out of Garston and out to a big fancy house in Howlwood, where I was still in primary school. Jackie Chan, welcome back for 11 months as Tinglish Troll, for you are the tingler. Because like the ASMR shit. Get your ears tingled. ASMR farties. Farty McFart fart. I'm not allowed to get sick. Will World War III happen soon? I don't know. I feel like we've kind of like managed to like mitigate all of those like minor flashpoints. You know, in like Russia. I guess, yeah, and like my, biggest fear is just the fact that they're all kind of like kicking off. That if suddenly there was like not any mitigation upon that, or something pulls the United States into a larger conflict, then I don't know, is that when we would call it World War III? But I don't know. I guess that's why my like conspiracy, I mean, I've said this before, but my like conspiracy was like, okay, like Trump goes against the AIPAC group, right? And then he gets, they've already talked about it, because it was like they've already kind of like laid the framework on the narrative sense with that attempted assassination or whatever in like Butler, Pennsylvania. And then like for some reason during that kid was like, they already had like narratives coming out that it was like connected to Iran, which I didn't understand that. Like, why was that kid connected to Iran somehow? Like, how did some random kid have some association with Iran, even though he was in like BlackRock commercials and weird shit like that. And then for some reason during one of like his like signings of executive orders that Trump was doing, he like, people asked him about the assassination attempt thing and mentioned about the involvement of Iran. And then he said like the weirdest shit ever, where he was like, I've written like a little note. I have like a little note that I put in my desk. I have it right in my desk. People know where I keep it. Biden didn't have a little note that he kept in his desk. He probably should have had a little note, but it says, if I am assassinated by Iran, then everybody, they have my permission to completely obliterate Iran, obliterate it. And like, I'm just like, why the fuck is he, what is such a weird way to like abstractly mention that you're going to be killed, you know what I mean? Or that if you do get killed, like if it happens, I don't know, who knows? And at that point I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Like saying weird, ominous shit like this. And then, there's this weird sort of contentious interaction with like AIPAC and like Israel and like not getting along with Netanyahu. And then I'm just like, okay, who of all the people that really would love to draw the United States into a larger conflict with Iran, maybe their neighbors, probably that have had an issue with them for a while. And so I don't know. There's a part of me that like thinks that there's some sort of like strange narrative being built up that then maybe, who knows, maybe they'll try something on his life again and like pull us into that, which would make the most sense, because then you get pulled into that and then it creates like this like tension in the United States as well, where it's like, who did it? Was it Iran? Was it Israel? Was it, everybody's like arguing about that, and then the leadership doesn't know what to do, and it's like, what the fuck's going on? But then you have a war, a major, war abroad, and then potentially conflict domestically, and it's just like, I don't know. I really hope that that's not how the timeline plays out, but sometimes you just run through it in your head. You're like, could this happen? Maybe I'm a bit of a catastrophizer in many ways, but I do hope that more civil heads prevail. Jim Kramer, thank you for the 10. Appreciate you, Jim. Shout out to Jocelyn on Mother's Day. Please listen to you a lot, brother. Thank you, Jim. Happy Mother's Day to Jocelyn. Thank you. Let's all get along and have a potluck. That would be nice, yeah. But I don't know. It is frustrating because like so many people want to kind of like divide lines based on like ethnicity or like region or where they're from or whatever, but objectively speaking, there are many other players at foot that do benefit from these sort of conflicts, and then the decisions that are made at the highest positions of government. And it's just sad. It's sad that all of us on the lower end have to like somehow be like super stoked and patriotic about going and dying, you know, and then also getting caught up in the crossfire. It's just such a, I mean, everything I'm saying is just like, doesn't fucking mean anything because, you know, I'm just some dipshit. But at the end of the day, it just sucks. I wish that hierarchy of conflict would be broken in some way, or like I wish there was some way to like just whenever a politician made a decision to like just begin conflict or these like very large sweeping changes, I wish there was ways to keep it from occurring. Nick Benjamin, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Did you ever order food and been forgotten? Did you ever get sad over it? You know, I guess I don't think I've ever been forgotten before, but it would suck. You knew the rant was coming. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just I don't like that idea in the military sense. Like you essentially get ground down and ground down and ground down, and like how are you supposed to be excited? Maybe I wouldn't make a good soldier, I don't know, but like how are you supposed to be excited that you and your brothers and sisters and your people are supposed to just go die for something? Like it's just, I don't know. Whenever like diplomacy would probably be just so much more effective. I think they meant you forgot the food was delivered, but you fell asleep. Oh, okay, yeah, that would suck too. At least you would wake up to a nice cold breakfast. What would I do if I got drafted? I mean, what can you do? I don't know. Maybe I would be a conscientious objector. I would convert to a new religion that wouldn't allow me to. I would convert to the Buttersock Cult. And then part of the religion is streaming and doing YouTube. Sorry, guys. I can't partake. I'm a pacifist religion. The racial separation is a scam, including special treatment. Same with sexual stuff. Same with special treatments intentionally used to cause anger and fighting is true. Yeah, I mean, just generalizing any group just doesn't benefit anybody, and it's best to look at almost all people individually with a sense of nuance. I mean, obviously, don't take that advice and get yourself into trouble, but you know. What color would I make my uniform? Well, it certainly wouldn't be matchy-matchy and all these, like, crossing striped lines. American military is losing prominence as their bases close in countries abroad. Interesting. They're doing that right now. Bases are closing. I figured if they want a war to try and gain back another era of baby boomers to help reboot the economy. Oh, what? Like you come back and everybody wants to fuck or something? Maybe. I guess you kill off a bunch and then come back and everybody's horny. What would you do if you were in one of my stories? I'm like, what the hell? Is this about me? Y'all know Rick Mercer talking to Americans at Mount Rushmore. That's happening IRL right now. What is that? Rick Mercer talking to Americans at Mount Rushmore. What's that about? I don't know anything about it. He wanted to be a rear admiral. I took a civics class and it talks about ants living in an aquarium. They are fine until someone shakes the aquarium. They get mad and kill each other instead, working to find a Yeah, exactly. I feel like sometimes the same thing kind of applies to these conflicts where if you can kind of just like poke the bears in the appropriate places, it just begins the cascade effect. And then you kind of come in and create order out of the chaos, right? You know, you don't participate in the war, but you can create order out of the chaos. You can create new, and differing laws. You can change up the constitutions of places. You can make sweeping change. I mean, that's usually how, like, all major things really do occur throughout time. It's like you have some sort of catalyst, some sort of event. And that's kind of why I look at, like, the character of Trump as being, like, kind of a powder keg maybe not necessarily from himself, but just as a contentious character that, you know, a lot of people on one side agree with, maybe vehemently, maybe not so much anymore, I don't know, but then a lot of people on the other side like hate. So it's just like, to me, that just seems like such an opportune, like if I was some like evil entity on the outside, maybe an intelligence agency, I would look at that and just see that as such a potential energy, you know what I mean, to ignite at some point, to create a massive divide, to sort of like break up the country, put the United States in a precarious position, and then be able to like completely create sweeping changes as needed that would like us, you know, potentially mitigate or get rid of the current constitution. Me and Mbappa are Ninja Turtles. Who are they? Just watching a doc on World War II. Even when Germany surrendered, there was a lot of violence. Czech citizens killed German soldiers by the thousands. War doesn't just suddenly end. No, I agree, right? I mean, you look at like the Soviet Union, it's like how many of those nations after it, you know, have just been in constant civil war. It definitely doesn't just like end slowly after the fact. Or even just like the creation of like groups like the Taliban. It's like, they stick around for a while, I guess. Factos. Yeah, Yusuf, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. I don't know if you're typing in English or what, but... did you hear about our ice wing of Canadian Parliament being demolished due to climate change? Your ice wing? What does that mean now? I don't know. I'm not familiar. We need to constantly focus on what's important and make that the highlight. If they're good people, they can't disagree. What are you talking about? I don't know. I think a lot of the weird sort of like trickle-down narrative to the population is that like a lot of everything is like our fault. You know what I mean? But I think most of us do our darndest to make the world a little bit of a better place. But at the end of the day, whenever like something at the top makes a sweeping change, you kind of just go along with it. Or we get caught up in a lot of these sort of like catastrophe narratives that sort of displace the blame from like positions of power onto like the individual, and then we argue amongst ourselves, you know? We moved out of Garston and out to a big fancy house in Halewood when I was still in primary school. There was another source of pride for me and my little brother, and it wasn't too far from our school or friends, so there were no complaints. Wait, what is it? Oh, that one. That was another source of pride for me and my little brother, and it wasn't too far from our school or friends, so there were no complaints from either of us. But the same could not be said in 1989 when I was 14 years old, and Dad announced that we were moving again. Because that time, we weren't moving to a nice big house down the road. He was moving us up to a tiny rural hamlet named Waterside on the east coast of Scotland, or basically, the middle of effing nowhere. When he first told me, I thought he was taking the piss. His business was in Liverpool, our schools were in Liverpool, and all of our friends were in Liverpool. Everything we knew and loved was there, at home. So what the bloody hell would he want to move us? Oh, okay. What the bloody hell? What the freaking bloody Scotland hell? It's English, bro, you guys don't know. Ninja Turtle, Kylian, Mbap, Peoples. I don't know what you're saying. I'm not down with it. I'm not hip anymore, bro. All I know is Kylie Jenner. So what the bloody hell would he want to move up to rural Scotland for? I remember him sitting us down at the kitchen table, my mum, myself, and my little brother, and explaining that he'd finally earned enough money to do what he'd always wanted to do. Move up to Aberdeenshire. Oh god. Oh my god. Aberdeenshire. Excuse me. Aberdeenshire. Okay. Fig newborns. It's French. Mbappe, like frappe. Is it like a rap artist? Who are we talking about? Would I eat Canadian pine cones? I'd give it a try. You know you ain't hip when you know Kylie Jenner and not Kylan Mbappe. Yeah, I guess so, dude. I don't know. Am I missing out? Is my life kind of in a lesser situation without them? Move up to Aberdeenshire, the land of his fathers, and live a quiet, simple life as a gentleman farmer. And what followed was like a variation of the 5 stages of grief. After initially refusing to believe it, we were furious and asked Dad things like, "How could you do this to us?" I had my first boyfriend, my little brother had his beloved scout troop, and my mom thought living up in the arse end of nowhere sounded boring beyond belief. We'd put down roots and we didn't want to be uprooted. So then came the bargaining phase as we asked if we could stay in Liverpool while he moved up to Scotland. And he said no, of course, that he was selling the house to finance the purchase of the other, and that prompted us to enter the depression phase, and then finally, acceptance. Just over a week later, Dad loaded everything into a moving truck, and then we got into the car with Mum and drove behind him all the way to Aberdeenshire. Looking back on it, the scenery once we crossed over into Scotland was incredible, but considering the mood that we were in, we couldn't appreciate it. Waterside was gorgeous too, a collection of large houses nestled on the bank of a river, but it didn't feel like home, and it wouldn't for some time. A mile down the road from Waterside was a little seaside town called Newburgh. Do you guys know how to say this? Is it Newburgh? Does that sound familiar? Nab, your life ain't less, just less exciting, but that's my opinion. Bye, G. Love the content. Thanks, dude. See ya. Newborough. Oh, okay, there it is. Newborough. Would I like to collaborate with Mr. Ballin? Yeah, dude, that'd be great. That'd be fucking sweet. Do you believe we have souls, or are we just a body of cells in a connected network of neurons? I think we have souls. I mean, I guess it's a tough call, but I think that there is something external from the meat sack that we call the body that is generating or interacting with said body to manifest a sense of consciousness. And I do believe that that continues on in forever. Whether that's like endless loops, or it gets replaced into another body in an endless loop, or trapped somewhere else, or perhaps into the great beyond of heaven or hell. It's tough to say. Hopefully heaven. Hopefully we all get to heaven and we all get to play Xbox together. Do you think our souls return to the live stream? The live stream. We're coming back to my live stream. Every soul here, you think you're dead, but you have to listen to me talk about nothing for 4 hours. Consciousness is not proven to be produced in the brain, but only perceived. I guess it's a bit of a paradox, is it not? Like, you know, the brain even coming up with the idea of consciousness, but also trying to explain itself from an objective standpoint. I guess it's difficult to say. But I don't know. I remember like playing that one game, Rain World. I thought the story for Rain World was really cool in the sense that like these scientists basically figured out that the souls, once you die, just get like recycled and put into new organisms, but like stuck in the sphere of Earth, you know. It's like the Earth that it exists in that realm or whatever is, it kind of operates like that, where it's like sort of a recycling biome of souls, and once you die, you just get put into the next one, and it just continues forever. And it's almost like in and of itself like an organism, you know. And then the organism, basically they tried to, that's in Rain World. It is, yeah. If you watch, I couldn't beat the game because it was too hard, but there's like lore videos about it, and it's really interesting. And basically, they created these machines that like needed high amounts of pressure to like mitigate your soul from getting recycled, which so they would create like those heavy rains. But I think that kind of like ended up destroying their society as well. But then the heavy rains also ended up kind of keeping their souls like trapped in this sort of in-between world. And the in-between world was probably the worst feeling they could feel, because it was like you were neither dead nor were you alive, and it was just not great. And so I thought that was a really interesting idea overall, of just like the souls recycling in a sort of reincarnation sense. But honestly, at the end of the day, I'm not sure I would necessarily want to be reincarnated, especially if I don't know what happened before, and all you can do is sort of speculate on how many lives you've been through and all that kind of stuff. And I know sometimes they say like you're trying to purify your existence till you make it to nirvana or whatever, but I don't know if I am into that. I kind of think it would just be so much easier if like, oh, you're dead and then you're in heaven. GG's everyone, we tried our best, you know, and then that's it. You've had several lives before you. Yeah, but how does anyone even know, you know? Indeed. I found paradoxes explain the most weird phenomenon, and there's not much more you can do but find paradoxes and flex the brain wrinkles. Yeah, you can just talk. That's the thing. It's like, I kind of like talking about philosophy and subjective reasoning, I suppose, because really that's all you do is talk yourself in circles and still sound smart while you do it or whatever. Whereas when it comes to like specific topics, you actually have to like sit and like familiarize yourself with the material quite a bit without like speculating too much. But speculating is fun, because it doesn't, you know, it's whatever. Just say whatever you want and it's fine. Every man over 30 loves to talk about philosophy. Well, what does every man in their 20s like to talk about? Playing with toys. Did I study any of this in college? No, I guess it was just sort of a general interest of like growing up as a Christian. You know, you're always sort of the idea of like, I know it sounds kind of morbid, but I guess within Christianity, you're always kind of like tentatively thinking about death, right? Because that's the whole point, is like you anticipate death, and so you're thankful that the outcome of your life after death or whatever is going to be some sort of better place or whatever. But obviously in the pursuit of those kind of ideas, you're going to come across other ideas, and it is, you know, intellectually stimulating. They talk about how a 30-year-old guy is old. Yeah, right. And then they get there and they're like, fuck, dude, I am literally the exact same personality as my 20-year-old self. Maybe a little bit more money. And now I got back hair. Or something. Well, how do I get to see more of that pretty... Wait, whose pretty face? Oh, you're flirting in the chat. Nice. My dad was sick, and I told him a really specific phrase to get to me once he passed. And after he died, a few days later, I got a notification on my phone that a new single by an artist I barely listened to, and the name of the song was the phrase I told my dad. Oh, that's fascinating. That might be it then. Yeah, everybody's getting married in the Let's Read live stream chat. I definitely feel the external energies, though. There are constants within our human lives in this earth, but most experiences are novel. Yeah, like, I guess it is sort of, that's what it comes down to, and like trying to interpret or experience the eternal. It's like, it's definitely very subjective, I suppose, but it's also something that is distinctly different in the fact that you can kind of feel the eternal outside of your own consciousness. But it's something I think every human is certainly inclined to ponder. What's up, tea time? You're late for a very important date. Oh, man. I'm gonna ponder wedding wing. I've never been to a pawn shop, but I kind of want to go. I feel like if you get there at the exact right time, you're gonna get like the Mona Lisa that someone sold off for crack. I'm philosophical because I'm a Gemini. I thought I was philosophical because I was super freaking horny. Just kidding. Alright. I guess no one wanted to remind each other or remind ourselves that the move had ever happened. But it had. There was no getting away from it, and every so often Oh, Jesus. I'm on the other story, my bad. Boo-doo-doo. Nubera. Alright, Nubera. Did I attend college? Yeah, I went to nursing school. And that was fucking lame. I guess I did take a philosophy class in college, but it was once again similar to taking psychology. Like, there is no, like, in my entire life, every time I took anything related to psychology, which I find interesting now, anything I ever learn about, like, philosophy that I find interesting now, when I took it in school, it was so fucking boring. Like, they do everything in their power to make these thoughts that come out of these people's minds the stupidest shit you have ever heard, and you just want to get away. Yeah, they make it very dry and very, not even scientific. It just feels like they want it to be a pain in the ass for your brain to wrap its head around. Would I ever go back to school? I would take classes or some sort of education for something, but I guess the reason why even people go to school is to have a better opportunity to make more money, but I don't really know what I would necessarily go to school to learn and just enjoy the process. Like, it would have to be something where I can just go understudy under somebody else and just pick their brain for years or something. I don't know. I don't know if it would be worth it. Did you dislike nursing school, which is why you started this channel? Yeah, I mean, I graduated nursing school. I was a nurse from like 2013 to 2019. But I was doing the YouTube channel starting in 2014 just because I was more inclined towards creative stuff. And yeah, I just didn't like nursing. I didn't like being around nurses and their idea. Like, they're not philosophical people. You heard me? They're just not. They're not creative people really at all. Like, some of them are, but they're just like, all they talk about is getting pregnant and how much they hate their husbands and how much they don't want to answer the next bell, you know, and how much men suck. And I just have to sit there and fucking like, yep, I hear you. Yep, you're perfect. Everything you do in life is awesome, and I can't wait till you go on vacation and get eaten by a fucking shark. That's rude. It's the truth. It was the fucking truth. It's what I had to hear every goddamn day of my life. It was not fun to be around. And I'm glad that I did something creative and broke free of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I heard a comedian say she quit nursing for the same reason she started, to save lives. Yeah, save your own life, dude. I mean, like, if I had to be there every day until I was like fucking 65, like, who knows how big the cliff is that I would have jumped off of, you know what I mean? Like, it would have been something very similar to Midsummer, but like very less sanctimonious. What kind of shark? Probably a fucking hammerhead. Is it true that all nurses cheat on their husbands? I saw it happen like one time where like with a doctor, you know what I mean? But it was just kind of like, it was just kind of fucking lame. Like, it was just lame. Like, the doctor was lame, she was lame, but like, I don't know, something about like his power, but I don't know, his money, and like, it wasn't even that much money, you know what I mean? Like, he just so happened to be like at the tippity top of the fucking totem pole of whatever boring ass hierarchy exists in a hospital, and for some reason that was like attractive, I guess. I don't even know. Whatever. People can do whatever they want. I don't really give a shit. We're all just dumb, horny, idiot monkeys. All you hear are horror stories from nurses too. Depends on the profession, though. Getting spat on, scratched, clean up. Right, yeah. Honestly, though, to me, that was like the least bad part. It was more just like the coworkers. I just like could not stand. Like, when I had a bad patient, I knew it was fine because I knew they'd be going away, because I'd be putting a pillow over their face and they'd be gone. Just kidding. But it's like, you know they're gonna leave, right? But when you have bad coworkers and people that you're just like not interested to like grow as a person next to, yeah, I don't know. We're all different though. It's whatever. Try a different hospital. Yeah, I mean, you can go to different floors and stuff, and obviously there's gonna be different culture wherever. Yeah, in Minecraft. And you know, there's always going to be a different culture in different places and different people, blah, blah, blah. How many were alcoholics? Yeah, the doctors were interesting because a lot of them had, like, there were alcoholics, sure, but a lot of them had, like, secret pill addictions. You know what I mean? Like, they just were addicted to pain pills or some other form of pill, and then they would get burnt out on that shit and fucked up, or they would like prescribe pills too much to like their patients that they were fucking, or like there'd be like women that would come in like representing certain like products, right? Like, oh, these stockings inflate or something, and it's like the doctors would fuck them, you know, so that the doctors would then magically start using those products or something. And it's just, you know, they would get kickbacks on it and all this kind of, it's not a nice system. Like, it's obviously better than like UK healthcare, and the fact that it's like more efficient and like, I don't know, people get paid good, but I don't know. Came for birth control, left with fentanyl, yeah. They've got options. What hospital did you work at? Is this the U.S. average experience? It's probably not the average experience, but I would say there's definitely, I mean, you get negative things everywhere you go in every profession, but it probably was the average experience, to be honest with you. Nurses earn at least 30K per year. I mean, it definitely was more than 30K. It's, you know, some nurses make pretty good bank. Well, who was my most annoying coworker? Just the ones that, like, they would be in a bad mood every fucking time. You know the types. It's like you come in, you're a happy-go-lucky, joy-filled person with a little halo over your head and tiny wings, and everything is fun, and you're just trying your best to make everybody happy. And then this person is just a fucking emotional vampire who just is like counting down the seconds till their next like 15-minute smoke break, and all they ever fucking do is bitch and complain and then grumble to you, you know what I mean? And you're just like, just get the fuck out of my face, dude. I don't even want to hear about your Netflix shows. Shows you watch suck. Was I good at hiding my distaste for them? I was pretty good at it. Mainly because the second that you like vocalized your disdain for people, I noticed that like there was a certain like hierarchy, and it all kind of stems from the middle management, right? The middle management, if they didn't like you, or they didn't like someone, that seemed like they would almost like go out of their way to conspire to create a culture in which that person was not preferred, or would, you know, maybe get in trouble for stupid shit. And it was very, I wouldn't necessarily say corrupt, but it was just immature, you know? It was just high school catty nonsense that like I had no desire to exist around with like working professionals and adults, you know what I mean? It was just so cringe. Yeah. Can I rip a fart into the mic? Yeah, hold on a second. Oh, that was not a fart. Am I grumbling to you? Yeah, but my grumbling's entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, my grumbling's fun. Their grumbling is... Like, you have a choice to be here. I had to sit there and fucking take it. I couldn't just close their window and be like, this coworker sucks, and just like... I wish I could. I wish I could just like click a little X above their head and make them silent forever. Just make them like a silhouette of a person that I just exist next to. Explain many jobs where people clock in and have a specific area they need to stay in, like a fishbowl thing, drama and endless echoes of drama. Yeah, for sure. I agree. So yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it was your average work experience. There's a Black Mirror episode exactly that. You can mute and block people in real life. Hell yeah, dude. We need that. We need more of that. Make it happen, Mark Zuckerberg. Worked as a maintenance tech at a nursing home for 8 years. They definitely toxic culture and healthcare. Yeah. And I feel like nursing, like, homes might be potentially one of the worst just because there's not as much credentials for people and it's kind of a sad place to exist in general. Your point is that it's fun to grumble. That's true. It is fun to grumble. But my grumbles were unheard where I worked. I wasn't allowed to grumble. Or maybe I just didn't trust them to grumble to them. Maybe because I would have grumbled about them. And then the second you grumble about them, it's like there's like a target on your back. Like, it's actually really amazing. Sometimes you like think you're friends with people, but like one wrong grumble and you're out skis, bro. I used to work at the Butcher Gardens, and there was literally so much drama because there was no leaving campus all day and no one was allowed vacation during summers, so it's everyone all... Oh, man, that's tough. You need to be able to get away. I think, like, probably the healthiest work environment is, like, constant rotations, just going from new environment to new environment. Yeah, you guys are my therapists, honestly. A mile down the road from Waterside was a little seaside town called Newborough. Oh my god, this is where sorry. Newborough. Love you too, thank you. A mile down the road from Waterside was a little seaside town called Newborough. It's a beautiful little place, but back then, it felt like we'd step back in time by about 50 years. Aside from the church, the greengrocers, and a little coffee shop, it was just houses, ponds, and fields. There were no playgrounds, no arcades, and worst of all, no cinema. Dad took us to the grocer's and coffee shop that first day, then tried to bribe us with cake as he gave us a little pep talk. And the way he saw it, I'd only have to live there for 4 years. In a nice quiet place like that with none of the distractions of the big city, and I could focus on getting the best exam results possible. That way, when I got into my first choice of uni, I could drink, smoke, and go clubbing as much as I liked, and he wouldn't be there to stop me. And I'll admit, the prospect gave me a bit of hope. I could keep in touch with my mates on the phone, visit them whenever we drove back to Liverpool to see my gran, and then in 4 years, I could ace my way into Liverpool Uni and be back home where I belonged. My little brother adjusted quite quickly too, especially once he found out Newborough had a scout troop of its own. And then over the next month or so, we all slowly adjusted to our new lives up there in the Scottish countryside. I started school not long after moving, and despite my abject terror that I'd be some freakish English loner, I made friends with a couple of Scottish girls quite quickly. We'd go walking on the beaches together, which was another thing about Newborough and Waterside that really won me over. Then we'd walk back into town to grab coffee together at the place with the really good cake. And then one day, as I was enjoying my tea and cake, my friend Nicola leaned over with her eyes on the table and whispered, "That man is looking at you." And I felt my heart rate pick up a bit when she said it, and then she added, "Behind you. It keeps looking over here at us, but mostly at you." She leaned back, then casually continued with whatever she was saying prior, but I couldn't match her calmness. I turned in my seat, pretending to look at the menu board behind the counter, and there he was in my peripheral vision. I half caught him looking when I turned too. Nicola was right. I turned back, then quietly asked Nicola if she recognized him, and she said no. She knew everyone in Newborough and... Newborough. Should I say Newburgh or Newborough? I mean, it's Scottish, right? So I gotta say it like them. Especially locations, I feel like you gotta say it like them. Newborough. Bro is the Rizzler. The Snizzler. What is an emotional vampire? It's just that person, you know what I mean, that you come into the room and they just kind of like suck the joy out of everybody. They're in a bad mood, so like for some reason everybody else has to be in a bad mood too, and they're just generally a consistently negative person all day, every day, and they just suck the joy from your pure little boy heart. Did your college friend ever respond to your birthday text? He did, actually. He was like, "Thanks, dude." And then I like followed up by sending him, like somebody did. I remember in college, it was like the funniest shit that I made fun of him for at the time, but like he actually went out of his way to buy the album for Owl City. I don't know if I like Owl City. I like the song Firefly. It's a good song, but like it's also back then it was just like really fucking corny, and like he went out of his way to buy like the entire like Owl City album. I was just like, what the fuck did you buy Owl City for? Would you believe your eyes? 10,000 fireflies. You know what I mean? And like, and then I found on Instagram like somebody who did like a cover of that, but as if it were sung by System of a Down. And then I sent him that cover, and he was like, "Dude, I listen to that guy's Instagram all the time. He rocks." And so I was like, "That's awesome." So it's, you know, it's funny. It's like you haven't talked to people in like 10 years, but then you immediately go right back to what things were like a decade ago. I guess I was kind of energy vampiring his love for that, but it was more like I was like an energy bully. I was an energy maker funnerer. She knew everyone in Newborough and knew a new face when she saw one. There was a stranger in town, and he'd taken an interest in me. As you can imagine, I was not flattered. I was 14, and this guy looked to be in his 20s or 30s, way too old for a girl my age, so the first thing that came to my mind was perv. But then, if he didn't live in town, and he didn't live up in Waterside, then he was a perv that I wouldn't have to worry about once I'd finished my cake. And the thought calmed me down for a bit, though it was still not very pleasant having to eat knowing his eyes were stuck to me. And once we'd finished, we'd thanked the owner and walked out of the coffee shop, only to realize that the man was following us. Nicola swore that it was her sixth sense kicking in, but as we were walking down the lane, she looked over her shoulder, then turned back and said, "He's following us." My instinct was honestly to run, not to confront the guy, but Nicola turned around and started asking him, bold as brass, "Are you following us, you perv?" And he was tall, with dark hair and a dark jacket, and he had sunglasses on. Sunglasses. Do 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 do. I fall asleep. I really wanna make you all bleed. What is it? What's the lyrics? I really wanna make you all bleed. Planet Earth turns hokey pokey. If someone looked at me too long, I would believe he likes my shoes. Hell yeah, do you have some sick-ass Jordans? I like to make myself bleed. Planet Earth turns slowly. He was a fairy. I think that's like one of my favorite memes is the he was a fairy. Can I say pumpkin? Pumpkin. Sometimes I say pumpkin because it's just faster without the P. But I've had people make fun of me for it's pump per nickel. It's pump. I'm like, you're about to get pumped. 2 pumps. 2 pump chump. 2 pumpkin chump can. Pumpkin spice. Yeah, if I actually saw 10,000 fireflies. Everyone makes fun of the way you say museum. How do you say a museum? Museum. I like the way you pronounce Chihuahua. Chihuahua. DeepSeek greater than ChatGPT. I haven't used DeepSeek. What would you say is better about it? I really do want like some like AI assistant bullshit though. Like something that's like genuinely something you can communicate with pretty frequently and just have it do some shit. It's amazing, really. Compared to ChatGPT, what's the... You say Muslim. Why do you say it like that though? Muslim. I went to the Muslim. Why would it even... Why? Why would it sound like that? I have a mix of a billion accents, so I sound like I'm pretending to be a human being. Hello, how are you? Would you like to try that pumpkin pie smoothie? Call me spyware. Yeah, I guess when it comes to spyware, you just have to decide who do you want to have your information. Fucking Peter Thiel and Palantir, or would you like to be the Chinese Communist Party? I say nuclear instead of nuclear. Yeah, that one I get shit for because it sounds like George W. Bush saying it or whatever, so I have to like very clearly enunciate nuclear. If you copy and paste the same question to Google at least 4 times, it will give you a result relevant to the question. ChatGPT answers the question. Right. DeepSeek uses half the energy ChatGPT does, and it's just unreal. When you say half the energy, is that something you like notice, or how would you even know? Is it like faster? Yeah, being spied on makes you feel valued. That's true. If the government really cares about little old me. Andrew with a 5 says, I knew a guy during high school that moved to Scotland in the Highlands. He was excited to go, but after the year, he literally tried to end himself. Dang, dude. Is it just that, like, that socially isolated out there? Would I run a nuclear plant? Nuclear. I had a U.S. history teacher who always said nuclear, and I thought he was saying it wrong. He thought you were saying it wrong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that came from, and I don't know if it was necessarily George W. Bush that, like, implanted that into people's minds, or if it's just how some people say it, and it just spread like that. You make me scared that I sleep with my AK under my bed. There you go. Ready for anything. Essa has nothing to say. No worries. What's up, Joe Clark? How's the stand-up chicken comedy going? And Babes, thank you for the 5 gift doors to Maria Rodriguez, Justin Martyr, Big Jeezy 85, Heather Melissa, and Scotia Lobster. DeepSeek example. I asked it how Russia could interfere in the Canadian election, and it said... I'm driving home from a show now. Nice, dude. Did you kill? Absolutely destroyed it. Also, tell us a joke, please. Russia doesn't need to rig Canada's election, just sow enough chaos to weaken trust in democracy. The real danger isn't just fake news, but... So it's like a little bit less based on what people in like San Francisco think or something. Real Canadians being manipulated and destabilizing their own country. Oh, okay. I feel like you would have to ask it to give you specifics on what it's like referring to in that regard, but I'm sure it would, I guess. Morning, Joel. I'm having dental surgery today and I'm dreading it. Oh, damn. That's a pain in the ass. Hopefully they give you some of that good. He was tall, with dark hair and a dark jacket, and he had sunglasses on even though it was pretty overcast that day. For a second, a part of me thought that he was going to reply with, "I'm just walking to my car, love," or something like that, in which case we'd made a total scene over nothing. But instead, the man just kept on silently walking towards us. Nicola and I got very nervous as he got close, but then he just sort of passed us. He didn't look at us, he didn't talk to us, he just walked right past. Getting a vasectomy Thursday? Nice, dude. No more baby. He didn't look at us, he didn't talk to us, he just walked right past us and carried on down that lane. Nicola and I were just stood there for a second like, what was all that about? And we had zero clue why he hadn't just reacted to a 14-year-old girl calling him a perv. But what we... Oh my god, I cannot blend my words together at all. Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. Vasectomy. Don't you just want to have a million babies, though? Repopulate the whole earth? No, work 2 jobs to take care of them. Oh. Zam. Rydell Rising with the 50 months. Holy shit. Loving the wonderful reads and sultry buttersock voice. Thanks for the amazing work you do. Hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you. 50 months is a long ass time. That's crazy. I think that's definitely one of the longest ongoing here. Thank you very much. Gracias. Joke. I'm a pothead, big edibles guy. I took a 1,000 milligram gummy. I knew it was too much because I sat through a 15-minute YouTube commercial. Yeah. Yeah, and you're like enthralled by the... I feel like I've heard that joke before, though. Did you write that? Because I swear I've heard that joke somewhere else, though. Carlos Mencia told it, I think. The Mexican dude I got flowers from today had a nice chessboard set up on his table, so we talked for a few about it. Was my human interaction for the month. Interesting. He gave you flowers? A random dude? Josh with SSU and the No Sleep Pod with the great David Cummings, man. Been listening to you and No Sleep since y'all started way back. Great work. Much love. Hope to see more trucker stories. Heck yeah. Thank you, Josh. I know. Yeah, it was great to be in a story with David as well. So that's freaking a huge honor, and thank you so much for checking it out. We got that linked up above if anybody wants to check out. I'm in the 3rd story in season 22, episode 22 of No Sleep Podcast. Check it out. Hopefully many more to come. Favorite genre of spooky story? I guess like the cryptid stuff, like some really wild, like, you know, like the 4chan stories are always like crazy. I just like those crazy ones because they go hard in the paint. Nicola and I were just stood there for a second like, what was all that about? We had zero clue why he hadn't just reacted to a 14-year-old girl calling him a perv. But what we were certain of is that we weren't about to walk the same way as him, even if our houses were in that same direction. Instead, Nicola and I walked back into town and sat in the coffee shop for about half an hour before attempting our walk home for a second time. We walked together for a while, talking about this and that until we parted ways, and I was then faced with crossing the bridge over that And then I was then faced with crossing the bridge over the river alone. But right as I was about to cross the river, I spotted someone in the car park just off the ledge of the bridge. Damn it. Damn it to hell. Little Bean, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Little Bean. Deep Woods. I think I did a Deep Woods video recently. I think so. Maybe not. Definitely somewhere in the woods. Would you ever make gaming part of the membership perks? I mean, that'd be kind of interesting. Like a full-on Let's Play of something. I guess I would just stream it and leave it up on the streams or whatever. Or I could do a stream where it's like only members can talk or something. I don't even know. But I guess that would be kind of slow, and then people wouldn't be like as inclined to just like pop in and say hello. I like the idea of exclusive content in the sense of like giving you guys something for supporting for so long, but I don't like exclusive content in the sense of like keeping something from you guys, you know what I mean? Backbone different from content, appreciate the real. What are we talking about? But you're welcome, either way. Anything about the woods, it is good, isn't it? Joel started saying he didn't like nursing. I need up having to change a catheter and clean up a broken open ostomy bag that had liquid. Happy Mother's Day indeed. Oof, my life as a caregiver. It's tough, dude. It's annoying as shit, but hey, respect to you. Thank you for what you do. But also know that anytime you want to start that cookie business, you can do it. Josh with the 5 says, I hope this bridges the gap between No Sleep and Creepypasta community. I thought they already did. I mean, isn't that what No Sleep is kind of built on, is like amateur horror fiction, which is kind of like what creepypasta and narrator stuff is, maybe? I don't know. I figured they would have done like 1 million collabs with all those different communities by this point. But maybe I haven't like followed enough to know. 10 million fireflies. Number 15. Thank you, Fry. Fry, thanks for linking people to the... Does it actually work, the playlist? It does. Hell yeah, dude. How many videos we got in there now? 36 bonus content videos. That's pretty sick. We've built up quite the collection. Andrew Bats with the 5 says, just changed my patch, now I'm chewing on the old one for a little boost to my new and delta receptors. Is that gross? Hey, see you, Jessica. Is it gross? I don't know, man. You gotta be careful, though. But right as I was about to cross the river, I spotted someone in the car park just off the ledge. I keep saying ledge of the bridge. But right as I was about to cross the river, I spotted someone in the car park just off the left of the bridge. It was the man from the coffee shop, the one with the sunglasses, and it looked an awful lot like he was watching me. When I got home, I told my mom about him and how creepy it felt knowing that I was getting stared at. She said the man was just a tourist by the sounds of things, as they often drive up the East Coast, stopping here and there on the way. She also said that, unfortunately, unwanted gazes were something everyone had to deal with from time to time. Men stare at women when they're being lecturous. Lecturous. Hannibal Lecturous. "10 million fireflies." Lecherous. What's that mean again? Like just gross and having or showing excessive or offensive sexual desire. Offensive sexual desire. Just like drooling at the mouth. Women stare at men too. Well, I wish they would do it more often. Lactose intolerantist. how do you say it again? Lecherous. Men stare at women when they're being lecherous. Men stare at women when they're being lecherous, she said, and they also stare at each other when they're trying to start trouble down in the pub on a Saturday night. In both cases, the solution were the same. Avoid the stare at all costs and leave if you feel unsafe in any way. Mum laughed when I told her about Nicola calling the guy a pervert and said that she liked... A pervert. Harry, you're a pervert. Hagrid, you're an absolute pervert. What do you mean? Mum laughed when I told her about Nicola calling the guy a pervert and said that she liked the sound of her. And then I took a lot of reassurance in the fact that I was never going to see that guy again. But then, just a few days later, I did see him again, and he basically did the exact same thing. I'd walked into town on my own, then went into a minor panic when I saw him standing in a shop doorway wearing those same sunglasses and that same black jacket. I prayed that he wouldn't follow me again, but he did, and I did the same thing of doubling back and trying to lose him or wait him out. I really didn't want him following me out of town, and Nicola was away 500 watchers. It really does seem like the stream will just like forever just be 500 people, which is fine, but it's interesting that there's never just like some increase, you know what I mean? I don't know, just interesting. Maybe like someone from YouTube came in and they're like, alright, I'm setting their channel's live stream to specifically keep it at 500 forever. No more, no less. As a woman, I don't stare at men because I'm too focused on making sure I'm not aware of anyone staring at me. But if I'm people watching, hell yeah, brother. Weight watchers. That'd be kind of a funny thing. Be going with your friend downtown we're a couple of Weight Watchers staring at whales. I really didn't want him following me out of town, and Nicola was away visiting her granny that weekend, so I couldn't call her for backup. Instead, I ended up calling a minicab to drive me all the way home. And then luckily, by the time it arrived outside the coffee shop, the man in the sunglasses seemed to have gotten bored and had stopped following me around. I was a bit relieved and a bit annoyed because if I'd known that he was going to get bored, I'd have saved a few quid and not rang a cab. But I had a little chat with the driver on the journey and then hopped out once we crossed the bridge and I was near my house. I had just collected my change and I was climbing out of the back seat when I saw a car behind us. It stopped less than 50 meters back. Close, but not too close. Too close. God damn. After the stream is over, there's always several thousand views. That's true. It just seems like a lot of people like cycle in and out, which is fine, but it's just like interesting that it always kind of like works out that way. I don't know. How to do that clicky sound? Which one? Which one was it? Or was it my actual mouse clicking? I just collected my change and I was climbing out of the back seat when I saw a car behind us. It stopped less than 50 meters back. Close, but not too close, and I could have sworn that I'd seen it somewhere before. Well, I had, and as the cab took off, the car followed it. It was the same car that I'd seen parked near the bridge not a few days before, and in the driver's seat was the man in the sunglasses. And for as long as I live, I'll never forget how sick I felt walking up the pathway to my house. It wasn't so much that the guy had managed to follow me home, although that indeed was bad. It was the fact that as he drove past me after I climbed out of the cab, he had this big, smarmy grin spread across his face. It was like this sick sort of victory smile, that I win, And now I know where you live, look. After walking through the door, I went straight to my mom and told her what had happened. I remember how her face dropped when I mentioned the car because, like me, she realized how serious the situation had become. This wasn't just some pervy older man following a schoolgirl around the village. This guy was tracking me, following me, stalking me. Most of the time my dad was either out playing golf or drinking down at the village pub, but on that day, he was home, so when he heard my mum, me, bing bong. Bing bong boom boom. Birthday streams 12. Turning 12 this year. How long do usually lives last? I feel like I'm taking naps and come back for more. Usually like streams are like 3.5 hours. So good at the Kronk impression. Oh, how do I do that clicking sound? Yeah, so the tongue is on the left side towards the roof of my mouth, but there's a little bit of space on the right side, I guess, maybe in the middle towards the back, and you just suck kind of inward with air, and like it creates like a suction but then like release kind of thing, like so. So it's sort of, I don't know. You can do it real fast. Wrong lever. Is that really the sound of my tongue? Yeah, it's just, I think I learned it when I was trying to make like alien noises when I was younger, you know, you just like, what's up, Ollie? How to eat a glizzy. You're gonna want to shove the whole fucking thing in. So you can do that, but you not roll your R's. Rolla, rolla, rolla. Yeah, but I don't. Maybe I'm rolling my R's wrong. You know what I mean? Because when I roll my R's, it's like, you know, back of the throat, like I'm purring like a cat, right? Is that what you're supposed to do? Is it purring like a cat, or is it like something to do with the tongue? Rosa, Rosa, Raul, Raul, Raul. Can I make my tongue do a clover? No, I can curl it, but I can't do the clover thing. Tip of the tongue. Raul, ral, la la. What? Tip of the tongue? How the hell does the tip of the tongue do it? The French, German R, the Spanish R is the front of the tongue? Really? Maybe I could figure it out and like actually learn how to do it, which would be sick, because then my like Spanish would be way better. How do I? What word do I even practice saying, and how do I do it? I'm freaking out. But yeah, I'm just curious. I roll my R's a bit too much. Too many rows. It vibrates right behind your top teeth. Hey Scott, what's up, dude? What word should I try to say? It flaps against the roof of the mouth. Try to sound like a dove. Yeah, but that's not the tongue, though. Or is that, you were just saying that separately? Vibrate front of tongue, front of mouth. Vibrate it. Zela, zola, zul. Rauzela, zin, zin. I need a zin. Zoom, zan, zoom. Try saying the letter D, but use the tip of your tongue behind your teeth to make it instead of laying it D. But what word should I say? D. Diosa, diosa, diosa. Per. Draul, 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 draul. Dragon, dragon. What word should I say? Rocket launcher. Rocket launch now from Florida. Perro. But when does the tongue touch the roof of the front of the mouth? Perro. Say 3. Like, I can say 3 because it makes sense why it would touch the top of your... Once you can do the dove R roll, you can make your tongue move further back to the roof. Raul. Khalil. I don't know. Maybe I have a Spanish speech impediment specifically. Like, English is fine, but then when it comes to speaking Spanish, I need to be in special classes. Do it really exaggerated. I would practice it, but I honestly can't conceptualize in my head what you guys mean. Guerrero, Galelo, Lelo. Loosen your jaw and lips. Raul. Like, even when I say the R's, right? Raul, like, I can say Raul, like it's coming from the back of the throat. But then to, like, touch the tip of my tongue to the front of my roof of my mouth for an R, I just don't get that. Raul, but like, Raul, yeah, I don't get it. Say ja. Say 3 by practicing rolling. But like, you would think that, yeah, I kind of understand like 3. Ruffle. But I understand, like, when I see ruffles have ridges, I get that, like where it'd be in the back of the throat, right? Ruffles have ridges. Like, that makes sense. And that sounds Spanish, right? But then, like, when the hell would you... Yeah. I'll have to look it up on the internet. I'm sorry. I probably could just Google it. You're right. It's almost the lack of movement of the tongue that allows for the roll. Let the letters blend in the word rather than trying to respect each other. Raul. Raful. Tip of the tongue. Hold back breath intermittently. Your tongue bounces back. Oh, it just like hits, like you shoot it out of your mouth. Dosha cat. Pleo. It's Arabic. Fuck, man. I'm screwed, bro. Wait, I'm doing it? Thin. Maybe you have to sneeze it out. Maybe that's the technique. You gotta sneeze out the words. Hathin. A sneaky snake. Sneaky snake. Alright. We'll get it later. I'm not getting paid for this. Less throat. That's what she said. Alright. Most of the time, my dad was either out playing golf or drinking down at the village pub. But on that day, he was home, so when he heard me crying to my mom, he came running. He asked what was the matter, and when I told him, he assumed that he'd just be angry. He asked what was the matter, and when I told him, I assumed he'd just be angry. I thought he'd be straight onto the phone with the police, furiously demanding they do something before he does it himself. But he didn't do that. In fact, he didn't seem even remotely irritated. Instead, and for the first time in my whole life, I saw what my dad looked like when he was scared. I first noticed it when he was asking me to describe what the fella who followed me looked like. He asked about the car, if he talked like us, and what his voice sounded like. All sorts of questions like that. But aside from his physical description, I knew nothing about him. Once I'd finished saying everything I had to say, I thought Dad would dial 999, but he didn't. He just sat there with this wide-eyed, frightened look on his face, like he was trying to figure out what to do. I remember saying something like, "Dad, aren't you going to phone the police?" Then my mum joined in, asking what was going on and why he was acting like that. I suppose Mum knew him long enough to be able to read what was on his face, because she started asking him to talk to her. If I can learn how to roll my R's, I can learn how to do the monologue from Narcos season 1. I don't know if you ever listened to the monologue from Pablo Escobar, but he has this monologue that I love because it's like real deep. Plata o plomo. Yeah, and but he rolls his R's a little bit. I always see he barely touches his tongue to his top of his mouth, and I just would love to be able to talk like that. So, you kill my father. Caller number 11, Tom from Toledo, you're on the line, and thank you and welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. Prepare to die. I suppose Mum knew him long enough to be able to read what was on his face, because she started asking him to talk to her and tell her what was going on in this accusatory tone of voice. Dad stayed quiet for a bit, head on his... No tienes ningún amigo que puedes te enseñar. What the hell did you just say? I sound like Tom Segura making fun of his mom. Dude, his mom's funny. I saw that one clip where his mom ripped ass, and it was the loudest fart I'd ever heard come from some skinny old lady. It was really impressive. Dad stayed quiet for a bit, head in his... Okay. Dad stayed quiet for a bit, head in his hands by then, and the more scared he got, the more scared I got. Mom started raising her voice and shouting at him, then he shouted back at her to stay quiet, and then told me to go up to my room and make sure my brother stayed upstairs too. Keeping him up there was no problem. Dad had bought him a computer and a TV for his room, so he was glued to it, playing Mario or whatever and blissfully ignorant to what was going on downstairs. Me, on the other hand, I couldn't stay put, and just a minute or so later, I slipped out of my room and stood at the top of the stairs and tried to listen in on what Mom and Dad were saying. They had the door closed downstairs, so I couldn't hear exactly what was being said, but I knew it was bad. They were trying not to raise their voices, but they were barely managing it, and although I heard them argue like that before, it was nothing like what I heard that day. Dad sounded terrified, so much so that I barely recognized his voice. Mom, on the other hand, damn it. Hey, Shorn, what's up? How's Heap Dub? He's good. He's not there anymore. He is there. Alright. He's shifted locations. Derpy. Tongue will flap when you use the tip of your tongue against the roof to hold air in. Thun la pota. I'd have to visually see someone do it, I feel like. And maybe I'll get it then. It's like teaching a toddler how to poop. It's not instinctual. Dad sounded terrified, so much so that I barely recognized his voice. Mom, on the other hand, sounded absolutely furious because she finally burst into tears. Ugly sobs, too, like she'd completely lost control. Dad cried as well, and they cried together for a minute before their voices went low again, and I lost them completely. When I heard the door open downstairs, I snuck back into my bedroom. I didn't want Mom and Dad thinking that I'd been listening in on their conversation, even though I had. I stayed in my room for a bit, wondering what was so terrible that they'd cried over it, and then after a while I heard footsteps coming from the stairs, and Mom walked into my bedroom. She told me to pack my suitcase because we were leaving that night. She also warned me not to forget anything because we wouldn't ever be going back to that house in Waterside. Not ever. Mom then went into my brother's room and told me the exact same thing. Maybe an hour later, we were on the road, our suitcases and bags piled in the boot, and with some Raoul. You love Portuguese, it's like a French Spanish. Yeah, where is Portugal in relation to France? Map of world. Map of world, please. Oh, that's so dumb. Alright. Google Earth map. Google Earth map. Oh my god. Hold on, gotta load the whole Earth. Oh my god. Map of Europe? I don't fucking know. Oh, there we go. Okay, so... Oh yeah. That's funny. It sounds like... Yeah, because like you got... So there's the UK, and then there's France, and then there's Spain, and then connecting to Spain is Portugal. And then Morocco. I just woke up. Did I miss the super fun live stream? You didn't, Thomas. You didn't. We still got time. And we're going to have a super fun time now that you're here. Thank God for that. Que hizo French, Spanish, Portuguese is peak, but hey, I'm biased. I don't know. It's interesting. Sometimes I think people forget about the Portuguese and the Spanish taking over most of the world. Andrew Bats with the 2 says, I love your true crime channel. Oh, it doesn't exist yet, don't you worry, but we're getting there. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be really, really freaking cool. Maybe an hour later, we were on the road, our suitcases and bags piled in the boot with some strapped to the top of Dad's Range Rover. We were driving down a narrow country lane, lined on each side by dry stone walls. What the hell is this saying? We were driving down a narrow country lane, lined on each side by dry stone walls, and I was sitting in the back seat with my little brother. Mom and Dad were up front, not talking to each other, and there was this really tense atmosphere in the car. The tears had barely dried on Mom and Dad's faces, and my brother was furious that we were moving again, and I simply sat there, just sort of shell-shocked. A few hours before, I'd popped into town to buy some stationery, then there I was, relocating for the second time in months, and somehow it was all my fault. I remember how quiet it was. Dude, I cannot blend my words together at all. I remember how quiet... Or maybe I blend them too much. Portuguese. The Soviet reunion. What happened to my stalker? I think they're dead. I think I killed them. I'm also half Puerto Rican, I understand, but I am not fluent speaking. It is difficult. Oh, no worries. Sam got him. I remember how quiet it was at first as we drove through the night, but then suddenly, I heard the sound of a loud engine revving behind us. I turned and saw a car speeding towards us up the lane with its headlights glaring. I remember shouting Dad to turn his attention towards it, but his eyes were already in the rear view. He gripped the steering wheel, put his foot down on the accelerator, and then the car lurched forward as he did. He was trying to outrun it, but the other car was too fast. and the next thing I remember, it was ramming into our back bumper so hard it made the car shake. My little brother started screaming, and Mum shouted something, but all I remember is leaning over in the back seat and hugging my little brother. I just didn't know what else to do. A second or two later, the dark car behind us was speeding up alongside us, and a fella I didn't recognize was leaning out the passenger window shouting something like, "Stop the car, I'm warning you, stop the car." My dad didn't even look at him. He just kept his eyes on the road, still trying to outrun them. But whatever 4x4 they were driving was much faster than Dad's. The stranger in the passenger seat leaned back into the other car, and then suddenly it swerved behind. Holy flick. It's probably Trent Baxter, dude. Played any of the Doom game? You Doom games, yeah, the previous ones. I always really wanted to play that brutal Doom game. That one looked crazy. But I'm pretty excited for the new Doom medieval. What's it called? Doom Spooky. Joel, I had to throw away my plant. Throw away a plant my partner gifted me after our cat got sick from chewing the leaves. Oh damn. Wonder what kind of thing it was. Hey, Minnie, take care. Have a good night. Irish people originally came from Iberian Peninsula. Interesting. Vincent Price. Vincent Price. What is Vincent Price? Vince? Do you think you'll play post-trauma for your beta, or do you have another idea? Oh, that's true. Well, it's kind of tough because my birthday is going to be on a Wednesday. So, like, I probably would have to do my normal content for a normal Wednesday stream. Maybe I'll make it a longer stream where I stream earlier and then have fun at the end, but I don't know. Because I kind of like I like having my routines, you know? And I feel like if I was streaming a game the whole time, the only thing I'd be thinking about is like, fuck, I gotta make a video tomorrow. All work and no play makes Joel a dull boy. A belated B-Day stream? That's true too, like that Saturday we could maybe stream or something, but I guess it just depends. I don't know. I am excited for my birthday, but I also am like not as like gung-ho to get in silly goose mode with any like alcohol or anything like that. The stranger in the passenger seat leaned back into the other car, and then suddenly he swerved beside us, trying to push us off the lane. Dad sped up, but the road twisted and our tires screeched as he struggled to keep us on the tarmac. Once we rounded the curve, the car bashed into us again, harder this time. Our car shook and Dad kept it in control, but the other car stayed close, its engine roaring as it kept trying to push us off the road. I didn't think we stood a chance, and that at any second, we were about to be pushed into a ditch or a tree and the car would flip, roll, and burn with all of us inside of it. Every single second felt like our last, and all I could do was hug my brother as he screamed. I remember closing my eyes as I lied through my teeth and told him we'd be fine, we'd be fine. Then when I opened them again, I saw a rooftop through our... A rooftop? What's that mean? Buenos noches. And UK bad guys know that they can do what they want to whoever, because they know that normal people won't be armed. I guess that's true. I mean, having certain weapons does kind of mitigate bad guys from wanting to do bad things, because a good guy will hurt them. I understand your logic. It's like having private security everywhere you go. Then, when I opened them again, I saw a rooftop through our car's window. And a rooftop meant a building, and a building like that one. Hey, see you, Mama. A rooftop meant a building, and a building like that one meant we were near a village. Dad put his foot down, weaving through the lane's bends, and then as we got closer and closer to the village, the dark car hesitated, then started to fall back. Lights from houses appeared, and I saw a few people walking near the road. The car behind us slowed, its headlights dimming in the distance, and then it turned off onto a side path and vanished. We didn't stop. Dad just slowed down a bit as we reached the village's market street, and then we passed through and kept on going, driving all the way down the east coast until we got to Edinburgh. We checked into a hotel, with Mum and Dad in one room and me and my brother in another next to theirs, and then Mum and Dad continued to argue until we fell asleep. I was only 14, so I was still too young for Mum and Dad to fully explain what was going on, but I knew that there was something they weren't telling me, and I knew it was something big. And I didn't find out what that thing was until many years later when Dad ran off with another woman, to Bulgaria of all places, and Mum spilled the beans. Dad hadn't been importing antiques from Russia, or rather, not any real antiques anyways. They were all fakes, all mock-ups commissioned by Russian heroin traffickers, and they were all stuffed with plastic-wrapped packages of the substance. That was how Dad made his money. Actually made his money, I mean. He wasn't an antiques dealer, selling specialist pieces to wealthy Russian expats. He was a heroin trafficker, flooding the streets of Britain with dangerous, dirt-cheap drugs. It was all going really well for a while. He was making millions, but poured loads of it back into the community around him, which is why he was such a popular fella when we were growing up. He did that out of necessity. Which cliche high school group were I part of? I was part of the bullies. We carried around bats that were made out of like big dildos and just fucking beat people to death. But, you know, let's just say the dildos didn't go to no use. I did shove swag into a locker back then, I remember that. It was with a force push. We also had I was part of the class psychics. It was ran by the gym teacher. And we knew how to like just fucking we knew how to like bend spoons and pick up objects and like put on our makeup with like just our mind. We put on each other's makeup. Oh man, we look so cool. One time I remember like I got an F in speech class and I looked at the teacher and I'm like, he said, hey, next time don't have a stupid speech impediment. And I said, you know, you guys, fuck you. And then I blew his head up with my mind. Fucking easy. Just like that. But, you know, it's I grew out of that phase of high school. He did that out of necessity, though. Not the kindness of his heart, because he knew that flashing cash without greasing palms would have some old busybodies snitching on him in no time. We moved out of Garston, spent a few years in that nice big house in Halewood, and all the while, Dad's still raking in millions. He's not working alone, though. He's working with a network of distributors all over the country, and he's making everyone a lot of money in the process. But then one day, after his pile of money had gotten big enough, or he couldn't stomach the risk anymore, he decided he wanted to retire. He talked to his partners, laid out his reasons, and even offered to train up a Damien, take care, dude. Sleep well. I don't really like Joel, but I like how you can always count on him to just give a completely unserious. You don't like me? What the hell? That's not nice. Josephina. My favorite drink. Sam wants to beat me up. She was the school bully. Oh, thank you. He talked to his parents, laid out his reasons, and even offered to train up a replacement. But they weren't too excited with the idea of him just walking away. He was making everyone too much money for that, so instead they gave him a counteroffer. Carry on shipping in smack from Soviet Russia and keep everyone's pockets filled, or he and his family would be filling up holes on some isolated piece of farmland somewhere. Dad pretended he got the message and carried on business as usual for a while, and then one day, he just disappeared. The reason he didn't tell any of us about the move to Scotland was because he couldn't risk anyone finding out he was leaving. Then when he disappeared, every one of his former partners up and down the country sent people out looking for him. Professionals, too, which was how he... Nobody here likes Joel. We just spend 3 to 4 hours a night twice a week because we hate him. We've had enough of his shite. You guys are just waiting for me to fuck up one day so you can cancel me. And ruin my whole life. Ruin me. But little do you realize canceling me only makes me stronger. More popular than ever. There he is. The rudest YouTuber you've ever heard. He says the most naughty, bad things. That's why I like him so much. He says the things that the people I don't like. The enemy of my enemy is my favorite YouTuber. Every second you're just like taking notes. Oh, transcribe that. What did he say? I didn't know how much I would come to appreciate these videos. Definitely helps with the graveyard shifts. Also hate you because the herd said Surd. Joe always gives the best beard scratches, leaves favorite cat daddy alone. Joel just did a good lighthouse horror impression unintentionally. Really? What's he? I don't even know if I know his voice. Let's listen to it real quick. What about heavy house horror? Lighthouse horror. Let's listen.
Mine with no windows at all.
With no windows at all.
Thick walls again.
Thick walls again.
The kind that muffle.
The kind that muffle.
The kind that keep the cold in no matter the season.
The kind that keep the cold in no matter the season. Huh. Didn't he usually put himself on camera in these? Unless he like changed up his shtick.
You.
I thought he had a lot more B-roll. Did he sell this channel to somebody? I just like vaguely recall it being a lot more personal or something like that.
Well, look at you. You made it. Thought maybe the sign was too faded for anyone to find us anymore, but...
Is that his voice? Suffering Thuckatash. I don't know. It's I don't remember.
Neat. As if someone had...
Wasn't years ago, not years, I mean, I'm not trying to put him on blast here at all, I'm just more out of curiosity, but I feel like I vaguely recall, like not even a year ago, oh, there he is.
Let's see. The bottom of the deepest hole. So as soon as I was accepted,
okay, all right, yeah, so it is the same guy. He should put himself back on camera. That's kind of like what, that's kind of like the appeal, I think, to people is like to see someone. That's cool, though. Anyways, sorry. Back to reading. My favorite YouTuber copying my favorite other YouTuber. It's us. We're all YouTubers are just one and the same thing. Is cancel culture still a thing? I don't know. I mean... I guess it just depends on your definition of it. I mean, there are like weirdos out there that get mad about stuff. And then there's weirdos out there who get mad about it and then want to like make a big deal out of it and like inadvertently, like I've always kind of viewed cancel culture. It's like you're like mad at them. So you want to let other people know you're mad at them so that they get mad at them. So inadvertently that person gets a bunch of harassment online from random other people, and so you kind of create this cascade effect of like dogpiling somebody while feeling like oddly morally superior that you got someone dogpiled online and harassed online. That's kind of like, right? Yeah, you're just like an internet bully essentially, but for some reason you pat yourself on the back as you do it, I guess. Maybe people just don't talk about it as much anymore, but it still seems to happen. Like when I like loosely observe that sort of abstract and somewhat boring drama that exists around like the H3 stuff, when we were talking about that with Ian and iDubbbz and all this kind of stuff, like they all of them, every one of them seems to have like some sort of strange fascination with getting one up on the other party. Like who can prove to their, you know, very frothing at the mouth, angry audience that the other is actually more morally bereft or like lesser or, you know, not as good or something like that. And they sit there and pretend like them doing that is not like basically just inviting constant harassment or something. But I mean, the more you do it and the more you go back and forth, it's going to cause some of your like less mentally well followers to go after them in some abstract way, whether it's doxing or something worse, you know, God forbid. But I mean, they have to recognize that that's kind of what they do all the time, and like it's just weird. It's just very weird to me, the whole like ecosystem of it. Yeah. Hey, we don't judge people around here unless we are better than them. Exactly. YouTubers talking about YouTube drama and they never actually say any words. I think that's what's really strange about like that whole crew is like Hassan, and now like loosely they're like his, like one of his acolytes, like Denims, and then Ian, and then H3. Like they have this like weird sort of like circle jerk where they're all like, you know, mad at each other in weird ways. Like they're mad at, you know, Ethan right now, right? But I'm sure eventually they'll be mad at each other because they, you know, they always eat their own kind, you know what I mean, eventually. And it's weird. They never like, isn't their whole thing is that they're like supposed to give community thoughts and political takes or anything, but they no longer do that anymore. It's just like, let's circle jerk about the fact that this person's mad at me. And I don't know. It's strange because I don't really know why they get taken seriously in the form of like political insight, because there's so many countless others within the political spectrum who make content who are like professional, they have thoughts, and then if someone like disagrees with them, they don't like send their rabid fan base after them to like because they disagree. It's just like it's a constant state of just like immaturity that I just don't know why they even partake in it, because it just doesn't seem like it sets a good example or even really seems that satisfying to be a part of. Because, you know, the more you stare into the abyss eventually, what is it, that stares back at you, right? You know, it's just like the snake eating its own tail. I don't know. The Let's Read situation is fucking insane. I'm fascinated by their parasocial audience. I miss sewer chicken reviews and hair care. Who are those people? They sound cool, though. Jerry Springer type politics, kind of like Pierce Morgan and the other corporate media. Yeah, but it's like at least Pierce like can have interviews and conduct like, I don't know, coordinated content, if that makes sense, even though, yes, it's very like TMZ in nature at this point that you can't take it seriously. But at least he does try to maintain some degree of like conversation. But those guys will just sit there and argue over each other and be like, come on, man, you know that's not true. You know that's a bunch of bullcrap. Oh, you're embarrassing yourself right now. And it's just like, what? You guys are, why is this what people look up to for like political insight in things? I'm not saying I'm anything like worthy of considering in regards to stuff, but it's like, why, like how do you go every day of your life and you just don't have control, a little bit of control of your emotions? Like every day is just like a cascading effect to the next cascading effect to the next uncontrollable emotion to the next uncontrollable emotion that you like, you create so many enemies along the way. It's it's like, how do you fall asleep? Maybe, who knows, maybe in their mind they're like, well, it makes me money because that negative attention, so it's sort of like a feedback loop that generates profit or something. But it just seems strange. I got banned from Hassan's chat for saying my family suffered in the USSR, persecuted by the government for their religion. A lot of tankies in that community, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. Hassan's strange in that I don't even really know what his politics are most of the time. Like, I know he uses, like, loose communist sort of vernacular, like referencing Marx or something of that nature sometimes, and he, like, very much despises liberals, which then it's like, okay, well, what are you, I guess, and then he really, really hates conservatives, and then he really, really hates other people that kind of like used to be his friends. It just seems like he hates everyone. Maybe he just wants to be at the top of some strange abstract commune out in the middle of the woods, and any sort of deviation from his perspectives is like worthy of being devoured by his his group. It's just, I don't know, it's very odd. He's a purist, but it's weird because it's like he's deciding what the puritanism is. Like he and it's ever changing. It's like a dogma. Like he might as well wear like a pope hat or something because his dogma is never seemingly consistent, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to be mean to him. It's just, does it not get exhausting? Like when the dogma always changes and the goalposts are always over here. I don't know. It's just weird. Kim Fredericks, welcome to the Butterstalk Cult. You now have access to bonus content. What do I think of Jay Schlatt? I've seen a few of Jay Schlatt's stuff. I think he seems funny. He seems like really quick-witted and funny, and I like his accent and voice. So he seems like a cool guy, but I can't earnestly say I watch like too much of his stuff. But yeah, any appeal to like the communism thing is just so strange to me because there's just so many countless examples and like ongoing countless examples where any sort of like authoritarian style government is just going to result in like death and an unpreferred outcome. Let's read versus Hassan debate. No, thank you. I mean, I guess if I ever did a debate, I could like take some time to prepare, but I need to know that it's not going to be like some stupid talk over you debate. Like I know it would have to be like one of those debates where someone gets to talk, the other person gets muted, you get like 2 to 3 minutes to say your perspective or whatever pertaining to a topic. Then the other person takes notes or whatever while you're saying stuff, and then they come back with their retorts and potentially take the, debate to the next area or whatever. But the hooting and hollering stuff, like Destiny seems to have no control over himself, and it's weird because he seems like a pretty intelligent guy as far as the quick wit, and like I'm sure he could take a second to like look things up and be on a roll, but it's just weird that he can't not be mean to people. Like he just can't control himself. I don't know. And maybe that's what people want to watch, I guess. That makes sense. You get a lot of viewers and that's what people want to watch is like owning the chuds or being, shitting on a Nazi or you know what I mean? Just saying the word that makes them feel good, I guess, and feel reaffirmed in their own things. But it's whatever. Communism failure like China, you mean? Well, I guess like China is almost like sort of a loose combination both of like a semi-authoritarian state with like a capitalist government that allows capitalism to a certain extent, like where it's like the capitalism is free to exist, but it's like that stakeholder capitalism where it like has to respond or has to always honor the CCP in all of its like money-making abilities or whatever, you know what I mean? So it's like it's some sort of like modern loose combination, I suppose, but it's still not like my preferred world to live in, I guess. Online himbos. What's a himbo? I think Mr. Nightmare thinks the way he speaks in narration sounds creepy and quirky because he does spooky stories, but to me it sounds way of speaking is... Well, I think the thing with narrators is just subjective to each person. Like sometimes you like a certain type of music, someone else like another type of music, etc., etc. Defecate the enemies. Oh, a himbo is a handsome bimbo. That's funny. I need to wear more jewels and necklaces and bracelets and shiny things on my body to... I do like his style. I think Hassan has really nice style and he looks like an attractive fellow and stuff. I'm not trying to put him down or anything like that. I just think like if he just chills out a little bit when he has conversation. Like, I don't know. How do you even get that worked up about some things all the time? It just seems like a lot of energy to be like that confident in your perspective all the time. I wear earrings. I have gauges. I have a gauge in my nostrils. I have a gauge in my lip. That's why sometimes I kind of mess up when I'm reading. I got a huge 8-inch gauge just like dangling from my lip. I got one of those like neck extenders. I got gauges in my ears. That like a little man sits in, almost like the man on the moon. Yeah, I got a lip disc. I take it out whenever I want to go play disc golf. Man bun. The manliest bun. I just got buns. 2 buns. Yeah, that's what's really interfering with the rolling of the R's, is the 8-inch lip disc. The lip discet. Nobody gets that worked up about things unless they're being paid to do so, or the people they parasocially follow are being paid to do so. Huh. Wait, was it? Or the people they parasocially follow are being paid to do so. Oh, okay, so you think he's like a false political icon or something like that? Like you think he's receiving funding from outside sources to push a certain perspective? It just seems like whenever the people talk about like political plants or whatever, I don't know, that just seems like so much effort to like always maintain a character all the time. I mean, I do recall with Hassan, he used to have, like, it was years ago when he was like 21. I mean, I don't really care, but he had like sort of an Andrew Tate style show where he like was like a pickup artist or something, like, here's how you get girls at the frat house, and it seemed borderline comedic or whatever at that point and all that kind of stuff. But it does really seem strange that somehow you go from that to whatever his existence is now, and not, you know what I mean, without like some degree of questioning of the, like, where did the brain change, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I think that is one of the more dangerous aspects of like following these like certain political people, is like, you can't base your entire perspective of reality around some dude that's yelling on Twitch, that just seems like irresponsible. I mean, I guess at the same time you could argue, well, what do I go based on someone yelling on another platform? And I would say no. Maybe just don't listen to people that scream about what they think, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, yelling it louder doesn't necessarily make you correct, nor does it even really make you passionate or knowledgeable or anything of that nature. It just kind of makes you lose credibility with those that you should probably have discussions with. Seen Stranger Pipelines, Drake Bell. Yeah, what did Drake do? Well, I remember he got in trouble and shit, and I thought he went to jail. It's meant to be entertainment. You should listen to that as entertainment and then have more grounded conversations about it with people closer to you. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Maybe that's what all it is. It's just sort of like the lowest common denominator of politics as far as like entertainment goes. And I mean, I know Twitch has a pretty young audience too, maybe high school, college age or something, so that maybe that makes up the majority of the population as well. So it's just sort of like their guilty pleasure of like integrating politics and entertainment or whatever. We're not supposed to get our sole socio-political identities from a handful of random content creators, influencers, and only that. Makes sense, yeah. It would be, you'd be doing yourself quite a disservice to sort of just think as a young person that you've like found somebody that's going to help you come to some final conclusion about determining the truth of reality. Like, that's just a lot of hubris, I suppose, or definitely a certain naivete. I'm your Yoda.
25 gifted subscribers.
Do you have to get rid of Twitch? Did you have to get rid of Twitch? No, I just took it down because I thought it was interfering with my stream quality on YouTube. And since I only had like 8 people on Twitch, probably not do that. You think you'd pay attention to actual politics if you cared for that sort of thing? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I talk about it probably too much for as much as I like dig into it. But I guess I kind of just am making like loose observations from a third party on like their interactions, because I know what they're trying to go for, but it just doesn't, I don't really think they're hitting the mark with what they want to accomplish, I guess, as far as their political prowess. It seems kind of irresponsible the way that they're coming at it, you know. Found your channel a few weeks ago, first time I love your stories. Thank you, Bane, good to see you. Just healthily question everyone and everything and realize nobody is right 100% of the time, and if you're getting all your information through a third-party commentator, it's even worse. Yeah, it just like limits your scope of reality. It limits your perspective in the same way that like one of my bigger disagreements when looking back on like communism is the fact that like it's usually like one person making like sweeping economic choices, you know what I mean? Like trying to determine the cost of like a bearskin coat for Doombaust, you know what I mean? Whenever like you also have to determine how many like coats you have to send over to Doombaust and you know how much it's going to cost, and you have to make like those decisions for all the certain areas. It's just centralizing control of too many things, as well as centralizing your opinion of too many things. It just limits your overall perspective of the world and its needs, you know. But we know that, Joel, you are not here telling folks how it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything I say is like some sort of truth you have to absorb and then like vehemently scream at other people as, you know, your lip disc is flapping around. Like, it's just, it's not healthy for you, and it's not healthy for anybody to like think like that. It's strange, honestly. It's like mentally ill and weird. You got to approach things with a bit of tact. I love Mr. Nightmare stories, except his videos are a max of 20 minutes. You got almost the same stories, but hour-long videos, so much better. Yeah, it just depends on what your goal is, you know. I mean, some people might just really like his vibe, you know, and that's totally cool. Jalil, welcome to the Butter Sock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Okay, anyways, we are so close to this story being done. I don't know why I stopped right at the bottom. The butter sack. Do I believe in aliens? I think so, dude. I mean, I don't have any proof to say that they're aliens, but I've heard just so many anecdotes and like podcasts, which, you know, that's probably not good evidence at all. But I don't know. I mean, it seems it's definitely a possibility. It's within the realm of possibility, I feel like, for sure. Whether they're interdimensional or from another galaxy or both, or they live in the center of the earth, it's hard to tell. Maybe they do all those things at once. Maybe all of it is true, all at one time. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, reverse those who seek the truth, never trust those who have found it. Oh, that's good. I like that idea, you know? And because when you're seeking the truth and you don't have this like confidence that you are the all-seeing knower, you know what I mean? It's and you're not like arrogant, right? Because that's how you get from a lot of these political commentators, is they're so arrogant. Like they're just this sense of hubris in their mind and their perspectives that they think they got it all figured out. But maybe that's what sells. Maybe pretending like you got it all figured out is what sells tickets to your streams and to your videos and whatever. But at the end of the day, you just have to be a lifelong observer, because your perspective that you have now might completely radically change, and then it might radically change again, or radically, you know, or maybe it will be like an incremental process in which you have certain universal truths that you do feel and you felt for a long time. But play the Oblivion remake, it's awesome. I've been playing it, dude. I've been doing the Thieves Guild, but then I like came across the Oblivion Gate, and I closed the Oblivion Gate, and then I was like clearing out the rest of Kvatch, and it's just fucking, it's chill, man. Even though I will say there was this one part in Kvatch that like it threw like 15 enemies at me all at one time. And the only way that I would have been able to beat them is because this like enchanted staff of lesser storms that was able to kill them pretty quickly with like chain lightning and shit. Otherwise, with just my bow that I've been using, I would have probably died. Do alien encounter stories. I actually do have some alien encounter story video from a while back. If you search on the channel, you should be able to find it. Expedition 33, favorite things happened this year. Yeah, it's been a decent little run for video games. We're about to get Doom as well, which I'm pretty excited about. I think someone wants you to make alien encounter stories. We could try, see what happens. Pretending to be offended, yeah. I don't know. The offended people, it's like, it's not even worth, like, because it's weird, because I think when someone says they're upset about something, you know, most of the time the people of like normal brains, like kind of, they're like, what? Whoa, calm down, relax. It'll be, what? I didn't intend to do that. But at this point, it's all you're really doing is just like feeding the beast, you know? It's like dripping a little blood into an ocean of sharks, and then you attract them, and then you're like, oh, relax. So you're dropping more blood in there, and then you're chumming the waters, and it's like, and you're just like stirring up these like the monster in people's minds, you know? So I think what the best way to do is just kind of stick to your guns with what you said if you've offended somebody, and maybe find a way to make fun of them or something, you know? Because honestly, that's the only way people really learn about stuff, or like understand how ridiculous they're being most of the time, is just to make fun of them and just show how incredibly, take the energy, take the breath out of them, you know? It's silly most of the time. What's up, Stone? If someone gets upset for someone who isn't, what is the goal? Wait, what does that mean? If someone gets upset for someone who isn't, I don't understand. This is Democracy Manifest. Once you start making your own spells in the Mages Guild, the game really gets crazy. Making your own spells. That sounds sick. Yeah, I found this one robe where I'm like invisible with the robe, but I really want to get like a really sick invisible robe. Like one that's super invisible. I don't know, I just want to be like super sneaky in there, you know? But it's cool because it's like you... Yeah, it's cool because you... I don't know, you do one mission in that game and you just get lost for an hour, and it's like that's your play session, was like one mission. You're like, alright, I'm done, I gotta go do other shit. You bigot. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the overuse of like bigot and racist and Nazi and oobity boogity, you know what I mean? Like it just doesn't have any meaning anymore. It doesn't have any power. It was like it was literally like using your strongest antibiotic on what you perceived to be a staph infection or something like that, you know what I mean? It's like you used your strongest antibiotic over and over and over and over again to the point that you made, you know, a bacteria that's immune to these fucking... It's like like using the same weapon over again. Like eventually, like people are gonna, develop the defenses to just like, you have no power here, and you really, that's all you can do is just like not give them any power, because they're just, something's wrong with them. Like if you really wake up every day and you're like genuinely hurt by words, and then you want to feel like a certain sense of power by like, I don't know, calling somebody something bad and then trying to disparage their character because of it, I feel like there's something more wrong on your end than the person you think is the offender, you know? The reason he didn't tell any of us about the move to Scotland was because he couldn't risk anyone finding out he was leaving. Then when he disappeared, every one of his former partners up and down the country sent people out looking for him. Professionals too, which was how he found out. Professionals too, which is how one found us so fast. Which is how one found... Nasty Nate, what's up, dude? Professionals too, which was how one found us so fast. Mom had no idea how Dad really made his money, so when he finally told her, she immediately asked for a divorce. And the way she... Wait, what? As moving abroad, Dad came with us for love. Oh, wait, what? When he started the process of moving abroad and Dad came with us for a little while, but like... I don't know. Can you say skibbity? Skibbity toilet. Toilet. Mom had no idea how Dad really made his money, so when he finally told her, she immediately asked for a divorce. And the way she saw it, his line of work had put us in danger since the day he started, and she couldn't reconcile. And the way she saw it, his line of work had put us in danger. And the way she saw it, his line of work had put us in danger since the day he started, and she couldn't reconcile the fact that he'd forced her and the kids to live in that kind of ignorance. We then started the process of moving abroad, and Dad came with us for a little while, but like I said, he ended up doing a second vanishing act. Last we heard, he was living in Sofia with a woman half his age, making the most of the exchange rate on what little money he had left. And I don't hate him, not like my brother does. I just see him as a deeply flawed human being who thought that he was smart enough to game the system. He taught me a lot in life, but that lesson is the primary one. The people who think they're smart enough to do so are actually the ones stupid or arrogant to realize. Supreme MILF. That'd be a good shirt. You have like the Supreme logo, but it just says MILF below that in the Supreme text. Or just like if you have like a hot mom but she wears Supreme clothes, she would be the Supreme MILF. I'm curious, when you record your stories, do you just cut out all the mistakes, start and stop, and imagine editing? Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but I have a good system figured out at this point. He taught me a lot in life, but that lesson is the primary one. The people who think they're smart enough to do so are actually the ones too stupid or arrogant to realize they can't. Because you can never game the system. The system only ever games you. Alright, we done it. We done did it. Diddly did it. We done diddly did it. Do I like SNL? I liked old SNL. I used to watch old SNL like all the time on Comedy Central, like the syndicated episodes and stuff. But like new SNL's really, 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 really bad. And I don't even mean that from like, you know, the culture war perspective. I mean, you watch it and it's just like, there's nothing funny said, like hardly ever. I think I've seen some skits come out of it that kind of go viral, but I mean, probably for the last decade. Wait, is Pete Davidson still in it, bro? That's so weird. He was like, I don't even know. He's just one of those guys who like shows up, does fucking nothing at the bare minimum, and so for some reason people were like, dude, he freaking rocks. But then you find out that he's like everybody's weed dealer. So the only reason he's getting preferential treatment is because he gets everyone nice and stoned. Who was on cast the last time you watched it? Probably Jim Carrey. I don't fucking know, honestly. That's the thing. It's just like, I mean, comedy in general and like the post-Trump era is just so abysmal. Yeah, and Mad TV was better back in the day. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's just nobody. Like, there's just a different culture now, and it's lame. It's a fucking lame culture. It's so worried about... I don't know what it's even worried about. It's worried about like upsetting mentally ill people, you know? But who cares, you know? Like, let them be. They're not even upset. No one even cares. Even the mentally ill people got to go to bed eventually, right? And that's when you fucking strike. No, I'm just kidding. But it's like, you know, not everyone that's mad on Twitter, like the second they log off Twitter, they're like unmad, you know, because they're off the stupid website and they're doing their own thing. I mean, maybe they're mad at themselves, but they're not mad at you anymore. And that's why I just don't really understand why they like cater to those people all the time. Just make stuff that's fucking hit. It's comedy. In the same way that horror, in many ways, not saying my channel always does it, but like when you think about horror is supposed to be something that like takes those triggers, you know, takes those really fucked up things and makes them a story and makes you uncomfortable and takes you to a world where you face your fears, right? In the same way comedy does that too. It takes the stuff that makes people uncomfortable and the strange oddities of the world and the things that are just ridiculous, and it shines a light on it. And I think you can't play it safe with any of that stuff. It's if you're going to be scary, be scary. If you're going to be funny, be fucking funny, man. Don't dance in between worried, you know, because then it's not art anymore. It's just you're there to get a paycheck. And I understand the desire to get a paycheck, but if everything you do is based on getting a paycheck, then you're never going to make true art, ever. You never will. And I guess that's honestly one of the biggest problems with entertainment nowadays is everyone's like financially motivated by some apparatus that isn't seeking to create art. It's seeking to, I don't know, propel a narrative of sorts or influence people's minds. Joe, how can I watch a horror movie and laugh and jokes from my safe space? You have to build a panic room. If you're ever upset about something, you go into your panic room and you scream and flail your arms. You'll be A-okay. What does one wish to accomplish when getting upset on behalf of those who are not upset? It always felt like mockery. That's true too. The people that get upset on behalf of other groups is always the strangest to me, because it's basically like you're saying like, hold on, I know you could speak for yourself, but I'll be taking it from here. Lesser than. I'm in the flow. The flow. I'm flowing. I took my Flow Max and I'm absolutely flowing. Yeah, the White Knights. Step aside, darling. I will defend you from these evil, scary words that you were just laughing at a second ago. Influencers aren't influencing anymore, they're advocates. Advocates for what? Late night recording. Hey Eden, what's up, dude? Yeah, I don't know, this stream went, I guess we are at 4 hours. Holy flippers. But we are almost out of here, but you guys gotta think of something funny. Something so stinking funny, I gotta say at the end. Flow Max would be a good rap name, yeah. That's one of Kanye West's new tracks on his album. Sound like inhaling the devil's lettuce. That's just my brain on perma stoned all the time. In another time zone. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. Oh, shit. I've realized, well, I'll read what you guys say here. And finally, my dad went to bed. I'm free. Oh, wait, what? What happened? You can go to the kitchen or something? Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Perma-stoned. Let's have a staring contest. Never eat blueberries. Nah, dude, those are good. Remember, friends, wraparounds are better on hot dogs. Do I do creepypastas? I have a lot of creepypastas on the channel, and then especially on like bonus content. And I just read one on the No Sleep podcast that you should go check out. Episode 3. Or no, not episode 3. Story 3, episode 22 of season 22. It's a lot to remember. Okay, wait, what am I going to say? Remember, friends, don't eat corn the long way. There you go. That's fine. We'll do that one. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't eat corn the long way. What? The long way. Okay. But I realized I got to read a little thing for the No Sleep podcast, because I'm going to do that at like the intro. Do it in Trump's foot. You're not going to want to eat that the long way. You're going to want to eat it horizontally, kind of like a typewriter. Cha 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 cha. Okay. Write a little. I just write it myself. Fuck AI. It's a pain in the ass. I should have wrote this beforehand. I'm sorry. What's that say? Seal it. Welcome to the Buttersuck Call. You now have access to bonus content. Okay. Hey guys. Hey friends. Guys, see, that's how you know that I'm your actual friend in like a video. Oh, that's right, Ollie. I forgot about that. Sorry. Well, let me just do it. I'll just do a really quick one here. It's no big deal. Like, I gotta go get my phone anyways. But that's how you know that I'm your friend in real life. Because in the beginning, and when in my videos, when I say "Hey friends," I actually mean it. And usually, friends give friends $200. So if you hear that, you know what to do. Hey friends, I'm featured in the newest episode. I'm featured in the third story of the newest episode of the No Sleep podcast. They do awesome horror what would you call it? Horror narrations? Or just like horror experiences? Hey friends, I'm featured in the third story of the newest episode of the No Sleep podcast. Do awesome horror narrations and horny nations. Thinking process. This is it. Yeah, see, this is me without Chat GPT. I can't even think, dude. I'm a freaking moron. Horror fiction. Yeah, there you go. Audio horror fiction. Horror audio. What is it, like audio shows or audio horror? I swear to God, there's like a better word. Like audio, not performances, but just say radio play. Oh yeah, productions would be good. Audio horror productions. They do awesome audio horror productions. And they're like super cool. Okay, hey friends, I'm featured in the third story of the newest episode of Slope, so they do awesome audio, and you should go check. Okay, and I have to let them know that, and I'll be featured in many more to come down the line. So be sure to check my story out and subscribe to their podcast, linked down below. And then I point to my pants. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. Link down below. Geronimo. Okay. Enjoy the stories. Here we go. Hey friends, so I'm featured in the third story of the newest episode of the No Sleep podcast. They do awesome audio horror productions, and I'll be featured in many more episodes to come down the line. So be sure to go check out my story and subscribe to their podcast, all linked down below. Enjoy the stories. Man, I sound so peppy. But that's not who I am at all. I'm a fucking jerk. Alright. Yeah, that was... Hey guys, what's going on? Join my sorority. It's called the No Sleep Podcast. That'd be hilarious if there was like a whole ass sorority devoted to like making horror audio productions. Who was last on the stream for Wednesday? I think it was Seminem. So freaking fake. Alright guys. Your favorite internet bully has got to get off the internet and go cry in a corner. So I love you guys, appreciate you. It's linked up below, and it will be in the newest video and in my community post for the No Sleep podcast. Remember, story 3 of episode 22, season 22. Go support them. No Sleep podcast is awesome. Otherwise, I will get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And this will be up, same time, Monday tonight, 9 p.m. EST, and then I'll be back streaming Wednesday night. But yeah, love you guys, appreciate you, and I will see you again soon. Kiss, kiss, bye-bye.